I don't know. I've got one. I've got one, but I printed it for myself.
We gone out of closed session. And I call it being back to order in the regular session here. So first and foremost, if we can, am I doing everything? Want to make sure my counsel is telling me everything. We gone out of closed session. And I call it being back to order in the regular session here. This is kind of neat. So first and foremost, if we can, am I doing everything? Want to make sure my counsel is telling me everything. We gone out of closed session. And I call it being back to order in the regular session here. This is kind of neat. So first and
I think you just need to certify the closed session or entertain a motion for that.
okay, let me just start off. We'll reconvene in closed session again, right? So be it resolved, the best of the board members' knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempt from open meeting requirements and only such matters as identified in the motion to go into closed session were heard, discussed, or considered during closed session. Do I have a motion?
So move.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Aye.
Yeah.
Dr. Scott Horn.
Yes.
Mr. Michael.
Yes. Yes.
And if we can, I'd like everybody to join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which it stands, one nation, under God, and justice for all. Thank you so much. As we normally do, we go into a closed, after this we go into a moment of silence. And I'd like to remember what we celebrated as we celebrated Memorial Day holiday. Let's use this moment of silence to remember to honor men and women who gave their lives in service to save our country. Let us also reflect the heavy responsibilities carried out by our local veterans, our active duty members, and our first responders who keep us safe every day. Let's remember the sacrifices as we work together today. Thank you. And now I do want to do a couple things, and I realize there's been a continued request for the community meeting on the data center campus. I wanted to provide some pre-announcement information that a community information fair is going to be planned for Google's future data center in the campus in Botetourt. The details are not yet final. However, it's anticipated the event will take place in mid-June at Lord Botetourt High School in the evening hours. Intent is for the community members to be able to speak directly with the subject matter with the experts, the technology and operations, the water usage, sustainability, the power and infrastructure, environmental noise, the county impact process. So Google will be present to provide information, and press release will be going out as soon as possible. So as we move forward to the citizen comment now, I'd also like to remind citizens that we're taking Botetourt citizens first. And it would also take comments for others, but they'll be more towards the end of the meeting itself. We also be following agenda with timed items, so we'll be switching back and forth as citizen comments with the rest of the agenda. Each person will get 3 minutes, and then it'll be a strict 3 minutes, as we see there's a lot of people here today. Also, for sake's time, if you would, the comment has reflected your previous citizen, please tell us that you agree with the previous speaker. And Julie, you can assist us in the public comment period by calling the names. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All right, so I will call out the name of the next speaker. So if you hear your name as the next speaker, you'll make your way up to the microphone. We have 2 microphones on this side, one at the top, one halfway down, one here at the center in front. And if you hear your name as on deck, that means that you're the following speaker after the next one. So if you hear your name as on deck, if you would make your way toward one of the closest microphones, that should reduce some lag time between speakers. Our first speaker today is Robert Kemp. And after that, we have Stormy Bishop.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. I'd like to address the upcoming vote you have regarding the school budget for Botetourt. And as you can see, this is a 50-cent piece. There's 2 sides of the coin. I'd like to share probably the other side of the coin. My mom, rest in peace, was an educator for 20 years. Hardworking, amazing individuals such as her are dedicated to their students that they teach. God bless them for their relentless patience, understanding, skills, and abilities to listen to the students' needs. My heartfelt appreciation goes out to all teachers, including all the great teachers in the Botetourt school system. I moved to Daleville 3 years ago, and one of my top reasons for move was lower taxes than run a county. I recently retired and now part of being a Botetourt senior citizen, 65 plus. Well, that population represents 25% of all taxpayers. So 1/4 of all taxpayers are seniors, and elevated taxes are even a more important concern as many residents are in a fixed income and budget. The data that was recently shared in the recent high school meeting talked about the 5 academic years in terms of there was a negative 2% decrease in terms of the student body, 4372 to 4282. To that end, I'd like to share 4,282 reasons why the school board must find another way to live within their means and not rely on demanding more of the Botetourt taxpayers. If anything, they should refocus and think outside the box for alternative resources. So what does failure look like in any school system? Let's take a quick look at the SOLs. Botetourt school system has an 86% success rate. On the other side of the coin, we see that not passing in terms of reading and math is 13 to 14% respectively. So at a first glance, I guess we're doing okay, but maybe not. In terms of turning that into statistics, that's 623 students. So when we look over the past 6 or 7 years cumulatively, that's 100% of the entire student body for one academic year. So that's 4,282 students that are not passing their SOLs. As a taxpayer, but more importantly, As a parent of 3 children, we need to demand more in terms of our precious children. As taxpayers, there's no real transparency. There's uncertainty with our Botetourt school system on how they do their money. So with super high paying administrators, principals, and teachers who are smart individuals, we need to expect more forward-thinking solutions to address this failure. I highly recommend that we do not support any more funds. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Stormy Bishop. On deck, we have Catherine Haddam.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I want to thank VDOT. A couple meetings ago, I spoke to you about some stop signs in the neighborhood for a new subdivision, and they were installed in a timely manner, and they're there now. And there's a lot of work going on there. Also, I wanted to ask how involved is VDOT in the Greenway? And that is a very close subject to my heart. And I've talked to Tim Snyder extensively about this. And the reason I'm asking again is because I saw someone on the news say that the Greenway is coming to Botetourt County. And I also saw Mr. LaRue being interviewed by John Carlin, and he said he would speak to him about bike paths off camera. And I would like for full disclosure, if my family's property is going to be affected by a Greenway that they don't want, nor do they want to sell their land. So that would be taking their property. Thank you. And I'm also against the data center for environmental, many reasons.
Please hold your applause. Hold your applause.
Our next speaker is Catherine Haddam. And on deck, we have Brandy O'Keefe.
For those of you who don't know me, my name is Catherine Haddam. I am a longtime Botetourt County resident. I grew up here. I went to Botetourt County schools for the beginning of my education, and then I was a graduate of the William Fleming IB program. I went on to study in college. I now hold a permanent address and pay taxes in Botetourt County, both for my business as well as me individually. I travel in and out of the state frequently. Over the past several years, I have paid taxes or filed taxes in everywhere from California to Minnesota, Florida most recently, as well as many others. With that, I will still file my local and state taxes proudly in support of our schools and our public infrastructure. It is important that we remember that everybody you interact with on a daily basis is part of the same civil society. In order to support that, we have to support all aspects of society. On our last meeting, I shared an important quote, butchered it, from James Baldwin. Just to make sure I get it right this time, I'm going to read it to you. He said, "The children are always ours. Every single one of them, all over the globe. And I'm beginning to suspect that whoever is incapable of recognizing this may be incapable of morality." I thank the 3 members of the board who voted to increase school funding to the bare minimum that the school board expected. I hope that in the future, we can be more clear about what we put on the internet and the transparency with which we want to operate here in this county. Ms. Rotman, Mr. Michael, I thank you so much for your efforts at transparency. It is important to have a balanced budget. However, we cannot point fingers at the schools and then not follow up on line items that are supposedly duplicate. We cannot say that they requested 15 something, but then they're happy with 4 something. That's not true. It's categorically untrue. It's misleading. And right now we're pitting our seniors, and I hear you, seniors in the audience. We should be doing more for our seniors on fixed income as well as our low income staff. But at the same time, we must support our schools. You cannot say that you support teachers, that your mother was a teacher, that you were a teacher, and then not support teachers now. They are essential staff. In the last few years of our country, we've gone from treating them as essential workers, hailing all of their achievements, to now saying that they're stealing money. Just to be clear, the schools, along with the county, are independently audited every year. Please stop sharing misinformation. Please, all 5 of you, as well as Mr. LaRue, share information transparently between all of you so that this doesn't happen again. This is political theater and it's pitting citizens against each other for no reason.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Brandy O'Keefe. On deck, we have Pamela Colleton.
I've got hers right here too, so I'll make this really quick. Thank you all. I appreciate it. This is clearly a heated subject, so let's try to get through this. The financial information currently available raises legit questions regarding school spending growth, reserve balances, construction funding, and overall fiscal transparency with Botetourt County Public Schools. Based on available budget figures, Botetourt County Public Schools currently operates at an estimated per student cost of approximately $18,073 per student, compared to approximately $14,132 per student in Allegheny Highlands. While different operating costs, transportation demands, staffing models, debt obligations, and capital projects can impact these numbers, the gap is still significant enough to warrant closer public examination. At the same time, publicly discussed figures regarding construction grant carryovers, reserve balances, deferred maintenance concerns, and discrepancies between proposed budgets and reported actual expenditures have created understandable concern among taxpayers and community members. The issue is not whether the schools deserve support. Strong schools are essential to every community. The issue is whether the public, the Board of Supervisors, and the taxpayers have been provided with sufficiently transparent and verifiable financial reporting to justify additional increases in funding at this time. Before approving further substantial increase in local funding, an independent review of actual expenditures, reserve balances, carryover funds, and capital spending should be completed. The review should include reconciliation of proposed budgets, actual expenditures, state-reported financial data, construction grant usage, maintenance expenditures, and year-end fund balances. If after an independent financial review or forensic audit, the schools can clearly demonstrate a verified operational need for additional funding, remember that $4,000 gap right there, the school board can return to the Board of Supervisors with documented justification and ask for some more money. This is my mom real quick. I don't believe any money should be allocated to the Botetourt County Public School Board until they provide the following. Why is there a discrepancy between spending reported to the Board of Supervisors and what was reported to the Superintendent, Virginia Department of Education? BCPS board consistently says there's not enough money for maintenance. Why? There were some in reserves. BOS allocated $1 million to BCPS board specifically to repair and replace the roof at Lower Botetourt. Monies were spent on blackboards, roof not fixed. There was a 2.1 million surplus and 1.88 million of that from the state specifically for construction. Where'd that money go? The roof still has not been fixed. 2025, there was a $739,000 maintenance surplus. Where did that money go? Because the roof still isn't fixed. My mother has worked for the federal government, accounting, and knows firsthand that there's always duplication of services and ways to
Thank you
cut
so much.
and trim expend. She's a veteran. Just give me one more minute, please. Services way to cut or trim expend, even during times of high inflation.
Ma'am,
It basically boils down to needs or wants.
ma'am. Thank you.
Our next speaker is
for two.
Pamela Collins,
You should have
my
six
mom's not physically able to. be
Okay.
here.
You're speaking for your mother right now.
Yes,
Those had it signed in. Okay,
I was just trying to go ahead and knock it out real quick.
go ahead.
All right.
I'm
thanks.
sorry.
My mother has worked for the federal government accounting after full service duty of the Marine Corps, lifer, knows firsthand there is always duplication of services and ways to cut or trim expend, even during times of high inflation. It basically boils down to needs, not wants. Keep in mind that we, the taxpayers, are hurting out here. We're having to cut, pull monies away from other areas to pay for food, gas, medication, or just simply do without. We don't have the option to ask for an increase because we cannot make ends meet. The current cost of living is not keeping up with inflation. If other departments have managed to cut, merge, or just simply get by with what they have, the BCPS board should be able to do the same. Please also keep in mind and in the forefront, please, that these monies you want to spend don't belong to the BOS or the school board. These monies belong to the taxpayers, to us. You are the trustees of those monies and have an obligation to spend them wisely. The BOS and BCPS board are responsible for providing legitimate justification for any spending. To include an increase, your job at the BOS is to balance the budget and reduce spending. She totally believes an independent audit by all parties involved needs to be conducted to justify what is being requested and what was actually spent and what was actually needed. She would also recommend that an efficiency manager be hired to identify how the BCPS system can be managed a little bit better. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, our next speaker is Pamela Colleton, and then on deck, we have David Bandy. There's both? Okay. So our next speaker is David Bandy, and on deck, we have Bill Van Velzer.
Yes, I'm David Bandy, Fincastle District. I would first like to start by thanking Linda Rotman for her extensive research she recently did about school expenses and expenditures with the Department of Education. Hopefully she can share that with us today at some point. I attended the meeting at Lord Botetourt High School, and I'm going to read a letter to you that I sent to these 5 Board of Supervisors, 2 of which I heard back from, Linda and Walt. I attended the budget meeting last night at Lord Botetourt. What occurred is what I about expected. Both sides presented their options and concerns. The conservative group amply presented their concern over the extensive spending and concern over future tax increases. This concern was presented by mature adults representing old and young who work, pay the bills, and contribute to this community. They did not parade their children or their grandchildren to you to create sympathy for their cause. The school system called out the underlings to fight their cause, which was basically more money for the school system. While I did not stay for the whole meeting, I too, like that first speaker, had a bedtime schedule. I did not witness one single person speak from the school administration or their board. While this was an opportunity for citizens to speak, I would have certainly appreciated hearing from the school administrators why they need more money and particularly how it would be used. I would also like to hear what could be cut if the money wasn't made available. It occurred to me during the meeting that perhaps the mature concerned citizens should be looking and asking questions of the school board as well as of this board. It is very apparent they simply come up with a budget based on last year's, add additional wants and needs, and then throw in an additional request for more millions on top of that and hope for the best. I realize your group is not allowed to ask questions of where they are spending the money, but we can. I would like to point out particularly all of the students with great pride discuss how successful they are in spite of a reduced budget. Not one student discussed how they were a failure because you didn't give them enough money. I wasn't sure why they were there unless it was to support the teachers. No one discussed how much money has been appropriated in the past for the building maintenance of Lord Botetourt. Are we being good stewards? Rick Painter put it best, don't spend more than you're taking in. And Rotman said, hold on to a little bit for a rainy day,
Thank you very much.
especially if the roof's leaking and the birds are singing. Thank you.
Our
Please
next,
abide by your 3 minutes. And if I can, Mr. Van Velzer, if we can hold on just a second here. And I'm going to try to go through some of the other things we need to touch on here. If we can go to the consent agenda. And did everybody have an opportunity to take a look at that consent agenda? And do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So move to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Can you give me 1 second, man?
In comments?
Thanks, sorry. I'm just trying to see what all of the items are on the consent agenda. Yeah. Thank you.
Any comments?
Can we do a noise ordinance variance request by consent? Can we do that?
Yep.
Okay, okay.
So all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain? There we go. Thank you very much. And we could, if Mr. McCoy. How you doing?
Fantastic. How are you?
Great.
Well, good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. So this item before you this afternoon is kind of a strange one. It's not happened in my 5 years since I've been here with the county. At the April Board of Supervisors meeting, you all considered a public hearing for a rezoning for the Fringers. Lots of good conversation occurred. A motion was made to deny that rezoning, seconded by Supervisor Michael. That motion failed on a 2-2 vote and no other action was taken. So before you today is the opportunity to take an action on this item. Now, I'm happy to go through the information if you'd like me to do so. However, as I'm aware, no changes have been made to that application. I believe the Fringers are here this afternoon as well, in case you'd like to ask them any questions.
I was kind of wondering about that after we all adjourned.
Right. It was a new one for me, for sure.
Right. I was thinking at the time, maybe something else should happen, but anyhow. So I was one of the people who voted against it in the first go round. And my concern at that time was that granting a zoning request based on somebody's reluctance to move a fence would set some particular kind of precedent that might come back to bite us at a later time. But I've consulted with Mr. Lockaby, does not appear to be the case. So I am prepared to change my vote on that.
If that's the case, is there a motion?
I'd like to make a motion. I move to approve the rural residential rezoning request for the property of James R. and Carleen J. Fringer as recommended by the Planning Commission. This recommendation is made on the basis that the requirements of Article 5, Division 6 of the zoning ordinance have been satisfied and that the proposal would serve the public necessity, convenience, general welfare, and is good zoning practice.
I'll second.
Any discussion? No discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Abstain. There we go. Thank you. Now, can we return back to our public comments here? Thank you. Mr.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thanks, John.
All right, our next speaker is Bill Van Velzer, and on deck we have Danny Goad.
Bill Van Velzer, Fincastle Magisterial District. I'd also like to, excuse me, to state my support for Mr. Bandy's comments previously. Earlier today, I sent all of you my defense of fiscal sanity and asked that you deny Botetourt County Schools any additional funding in light of some extremely troubling questions raised by Supervisor Rotman. I ended with my support for her conclusion that there are just too many questions about school division spending totals and its spending priorities, while the division itself seems to think that transparency with how it spends taxpayer dollars applies to everyone but them. The immediate issue centers on the $2.8 million figure that we're all familiar with by now. However, the problem appears much larger than this and needs to be cleaned up before any more public funds are directed to the school division. The numbers I'm seeing are huge in my world. A vote to continue throwing that kind of money around without accountability is going to speak volumes to Botetourt County taxpayers and voters. Those three of you who so casually spend our money without asking where it went or if it is even truly needed, will be held to account. In my previous comments to the board last month, I ran a little long on time, so allow me to complete my thought. I said then that the times, they are a-changing. I'm one who believes that Botetourt County may have already reached critical mass due to the accumulated mistakes made by county administration and supported by previous boards of supervisors. 2 shots have already been fired across your bow. The first from the Blue Ridge District about 4 years ago, and the second more recently from the Buchanan District. Life teaches us that once is random, while twice begins to look like a pattern. We will see fiscal discipline restored to Botetourt County like we had in the early 1990s. If that takes a 3rd shot, a 4th shot, or a 5th shot, I think the energy bubbling up in Botetourt County can make that happen. Our approaching 250th anniversary of our independence is not just a mark on a timeline, ladies and gentlemen. It's a reminder of how we dispatched a government that had lost touch with its constituents, even while it insisted that it had a lock on good policy. That lesson should not be lost here. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gold?
Our next speaker is Danny Goad, and on deck we have Rick Painter.
Hello, my name is Danny Goad. I reside in the Valley District. I'd like to say thank you, Mr. Chairman, for giving me the opportunity to speak today. Over the last week or so, I attended a town hall meeting that Mr. Snyder held. And in that meeting, he read a letter from the schools, and he seemed somewhat uncertain as to what the numbers are for the school budget. He read the letter. He told us, don't shoot the messenger. He's just reading a letter from the Botetourt County Public Schools Superintendent. I appreciated him saying he's just reading a letter. But it got me to thinking, if you don't have the numbers to the school budget, if you don't have all the details of the county budget, there's one document that you approve every year. That's the financial audit. Typically, you approve that in January. A few years ago, the auditor found that there was misappropriated funds which had to be corrected the following June. These audits do mean something. What was apparent to me was that the member wasn't at least well aware of what was in that audit. And for several times now, I've talked to you about the percentage of people who can't pay their real estate taxes. It's in that audit. These aren't numbers I make up. They're real numbers that affect real people. And the questions that I hear being raised are probably pretty well answered in that audit. And I ask you, do you read the audit that you approve every January? Do you know what's in it? Do you know the history of spending and taxation in Botetourt County? Do you know the direction we're heading in? Do you know where we've been? Do you know what the people can stand? Are you getting your money's worth? I say to you, I don't think you do know. I don't think you study the audit. If you'll talk to the auditor, I'm sure he will have a special session for all of you and review it in depth with you and explain it in excoriating detail so that you'll know what it means. And if he doesn't have the time to do it, I volunteer my time to go over that audit with you. I think you can learn something. And so I encourage you, go through that audit. Know what the expenditures are. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Rick Painter, and I believe, Mr. Painter, you had 2 separate agenda items you were commenting on, And on deck, we have Jane Beasley.
I'm just going to comment on the budget issue for one.
Okay.
Last time I spoke to you, and what I've been consistently saying over the years is you need some leadership training. Last time I spoke at the budget meeting, you're at the point of leadership that I hoped you would have learned and avoided, and that is the leadership of crisis. You've put us into a financial crisis in the county, which means it is financially irresponsible to give the school board the money they need. This has nothing to do with the students, nothing to do with schools, nothing to do with the teachers. I've been a teacher for 50 years, and I have taught with things that you would find on your desk and things I found in the public library and things I found in my workshop. So a teacher with good methodology training can teach with little or nothing. I graduated from Lord Botetourt in '76. That was before the Department of Education was thought of. My teachers didn't have some of the stuff that one of your school board members said that if they didn't get the money, they wouldn't be able to get this program and this program and this device and so forth. That's technology. Teachers don't ever let technology take away who you are as a teacher. You can teach with nothing. And if you haven't figured that out, you need to get back to it because that's where the fun is. I've taught in schools that did not have a budget. I taught in schools that all I had was a chalkboard and a piece of chalk to teach algebra. And my students passed because I'm a teacher. But what the Board of Supervisors and the administrator has done to us is your long-term financial mismanagement and this constant add to the debt. For the last several years, we've been paying over $7 million a year just to maintain the debt. If you hadn't messed up then, we'd have $7 million to give the school this year. That's where the problem is. It's not this false dichotomy between the board and the citizens or the school and the citizens. That's a fake false dichotomy that y'all have put forward. The issue is the community. We support the students, we support the schools, but you've put us in a spot where we can't support them financially because the school is in the same boat that most of the senior adults that you've heard about are struggling to where having trouble paying bills, having trouble paying taxes, having trouble getting medication because the debt that you have put on us through taxes has increased where their money is going that they no longer have control of. So the leadership principle you need to practice now is how to deal with leadership crisis. First off, admit you messed up. Second, come up with a plan that we don't end up in this situation next year. Third is withdraw that extra $600. You guys weren't involved in it. You shouldn't have made that decision at all.
Is he going to be going to the next?
A second.
Okay, the second agenda item?
Was about the data center.
Oh,
Okay. All right.
solar. We had one with solar.
Solar?
Oh, the solar. That's just another thing that you're trying to grab quick dollars from. You're like I'm a mental health worker, and a lot of what you're doing with the 600,000 and the solar is exactly what my mentally ill clients do. Oh, I can afford this because I'm going to play the games down at the convenience store and I'm going to win some money. And it's a symptom of their mental illness. I mean, I'm just saying, you can't spend what you don't have. And grabbing for things like the solar farms that are taking away the beauty of our scenery, it's taking away farmland, this can be productive. It's damaging. Running power lines is damaging. Okay, the data center, same thing. You're not thinking things through. You're seeing the dollar signs. And as I reminded John Carlin, read the story of the Lomax by Dr. Seuss and understand that some of us are playing the role of the Lomax, and you're the ones doing the cutting of the trees.
All right. Our next speaker is
Please hold
Jane
your
Beasley.
applause.
Our next speaker is Jane Beasley, followed by Terry Broccoli.
Hi, Jane Beasley, Amsterdam District. One good thing that has come out of Google is that I have met some really wonderful people in Botetourt County. And for that, I thank you. You all are keenly aware of how I feel about Google and the budget. So I ask you today to consider all these comments that the citizens, factual figures to heart, and do not dig your heels in. Take them to heart and really listen and look at the facts and the figures. I have not heard any facts or figures from the school board. So I have no clue how it was derived by Tim that they need $2.8 million more. I want to know why they need 2.8. I'm well aware you can't tell them how to spend it. Totally aware. You made that perfectly clear. But you also need to know what it's going to be spent on. And as far as the schools and talking about the schools and us support them, we all support the schools, as we have said many, many times. But we are not the U.S. Treasury. We are not the state treasury. We are Botetourt County. And there is a limit to what we can spend. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Terry Broccoli. And the last speaker we have for the evening for Botetourt residents on agenda items will be Lee Martell.
Terry Valley District. I'm going to try to say this as sweet as I can because I'm not happy with the board at all. I have been coming to these meetings since 1993 when my kids were at LB, fighting for the money to get the schools fixed. We are in such a crisis right now with the schools, and nobody wants to do anything. They just want to pass it on to the next year. There was many, many hours spent on that budget this year. I too have not seen one figure from the schools. I haven't heard anybody speak up about the schools, but they just keep asking for the money and the board just keeps giving it to them. Yay, they got $2 million from Google. They should be happy with that $2 million. And we need to go back and relook at everything that budget in that school needs for this year. It's not like we're in a big rush because the state hasn't even passed their budget. So I get it that you're supposed to have it done at a certain time. What's going to happen if you don't have it done? State doesn't even have it done. So I really think that it's time for you guys to really look at the numbers. And I agree with the audit. If the audit person cannot come and talk to you, then maybe the audit person needs to come and talk to us and show us what's in that audit. Because we as the taxpayers of this county who have elected you to represent us have a right for that information. And we shouldn't have to go and get a FOIA request at $300 a pop to find out what the hell's going on. So I'm trying to be cool about this, but I'm really pissed off at the three that did not vote when we were having that meeting. And Scott Horn, for you to step up and try to add that money back into the budget was totally unacceptable. And I believe that you should take that money back out and make the schools do and the county do with whatever we have. That's what we have. No more taken from the taxpayers until you guys clean up your act and show us, the taxpayer citizens of this county, the cleanup. Thank you.
Our last speaker for this public comment session is Lee Martell.
Lee Martell, Buchanan, thank you for the opportunity to speak. First of all, as we head into the celebration of America's 250th anniversary, it's important to note that this constitutional republic operates using a capitalist free market, which is the greatest enabler of liberty, prosperity, and compassion. Here, you are not forced to use your liberty or to try to be prosperous, but you are given the environment to do so. When you have paid your bills, you have the privilege of charitable contribution to the causes of your choice with your money and your time. James Baldwin was a socialist, a person who believed confiscating the wealth of others was virtuous and justified. Voting your cause money out of other people's pockets is not charity or moral virtue, it is deceitful theft. We've seen the discrepancy between the numbers in the annual superintendent's report to the Virginia DOE and these numbers given to the county in their annual presentation. Which set of numbers is more correct? Why has money been raised on 2 prior occasions for the Lord Botetourt roof, but it hasn't been fixed? Why is there still no roof repair or replacement scheduled even now? Why is it such a struggle for the taxpayers to receive accurate, timely fiscal information from the schools? Why do we have to treat it like the most unfun scavenger hunt ever? The school system is slated to receive over $159 million this year. That's over time and a half what it takes to operate an entire county. We deserve clarity and accountability. Incentivize the schools to that by holding them to level funding until they show better efficiency and accountability. Let's not be like socialists, throwing other people's money at problems simply because we can, believing that taking more and more from others will automatically solve the problem. Let's approach this with more solid reasoning and with the acknowledgement that your fair share of others' earnings is 0. Let's solve this in alignment with our constitutional liberty-based values that have made this nation the greatest in the world. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our citizens' comment. All right. So if we can move towards consideration of public pedestrian access easement, Mr. McCoy.
Oops, I'm sorry. Oh, that's this thing. It's just this thing. I don't know what happens now.
You're fine. How are you?
Go ahead, Mr. McCoy.
All right, folks. So before you this afternoon is an item to accept a public access easement for a sidewalk that was constructed outside of VDOT right-of-way at the Popeye site off of Lee Highway. Usually a sidewalk gets constructed in public right-of-way due to some unfavorable site conditions. This one was constructed on the property itself. So this easement achieves 2 things, one of which ensures public access to use the sidewalk. The other one is to make sure that the property owner can actually maintain that sidewalk and keeps us from having to maintain it ourselves in the future. So the actual easement information is in the packet for you to review. If you accept the easement as written, I believe the county administrator will sign off on that. And that is the final thing that Popeyes needs to get their final certificate of occupancy for the building. Happy to answer any questions you might have.
So this is the easement Popeyes is giving to the county on their land?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And Mike, you've reviewed the easement, I take it? And it's acceptable, you?
Any other questions?
Is Popeyes okay with this?
Yes, they're actually the ones that drafted the easement for the most part. And I think they've signed off on it towards the end of your packet for this specific item itself.
And one last question, will this cause any alignment problems with the neighboring businesses?
I don't believe so. If they need to develop sidewalks, we'll work with those businesses to make sure the sidewalks connect. We definitely don't want to see a situation where one ends over here and one begins over here somewhere.
Thank you.
Fantastic question.
Oh, so this is at this point, I haven't been over there. This is at this point, just a discrete sidewalk not connected to other sidewalks?
Yes, ma'am. It's a beautiful 1 parcel sidewalk.
Is it like connected to their parking lot, like to their entrance somehow, or?
Yeah, so it ends on either side, kind of like the handicap access with the bump strips. But I think it does have some paint that would guide folks into the actual Popeyes itself. But as of right now, it is currently just a 1 parcel sidewalk.
So where is it expected to go? Just in front of the other parcels, adjoining parcels, or?
Yes, ma'am. So the Gateway Crossing overlay requires sidewalks to be built for anything that's improved over, I want to say 50% or new development in the corridor. So if either of those parcels on either side were to be redeveloped or a new development were to occur, they would be required to have sidewalks. And the goal is to eventually have sidewalks along that whole stretch of the highway there.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Absolutely.
If no other questions, do I have a motion?
Move to approve the easement as written.
I'll second that. Any further discussion on board member? No other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain. Thank you very much. And Ms. Davis?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the board. The item I have for you today is approval of accounts payable items. As per our accounts payable policy, any single payment exceeding $250,000 must come before the board for approval before processing. I have two such items for you this month. The first, I just lost it. Excuse me one second. That back. The first one is for MB Contractors. This is going to be for work completed through April for the Reed Mountain Fire Dispatch Center. Sorry, if you give me just one second. Oops. Little technical problem. That check amount is for $875,962.58. Again, that's for work completed through the end of April. And the second item is for train. That amount is $332,504. This is for the chiller replacement at Greenfield that was recently completed. It is requested that the board approve a total amount of $1,208,466.58 for processing. Are there any questions I can answer?
Any questions? Kate?
No questions.
These were all pursuant to previous contracts.
Absolutely.
And overruns or anything.
That's correct. These are all within the agreed upon amounts. It's just the payments do have to come before the board for approval before we can actually release them.
Thanks, Katie.
Of course.
All right. No other discussion. Is there a motion to approve?
Motion to approve. Second.
Any further discussion? If not, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And abstain? All right. Thank you. And let's move to number 7, consider approval of FY27 Botetourt County General Budget and Tax Rates.
Yes, these are actually two resolutions within this agenda item. The first is for the approval of the 2026 tax rate. The second is for adoption of the fiscal year 2026-2027 budget. These items were advertised May 5th and May 6th, and a public hearing was held on May 13th as required. The information that you see attached does reflect the information that was advertised. As you'll note, there is no proposed changes to the tax rate structure for 2026, so those would remain level with what we had in existence for 2025. For the budget, the total amount proposed is $159,082,778 for both revenues and expenditures. This reflects an 8% increase from the FY26 adopted budget. Are there any questions I can answer on this?
What did you say the increase was? 1.8?
8%, a total of 8%. And again, noting there were some extraordinary revenues, as you recall, in the proposed budget.
Does the 8% include the capital improvement?
Yes, it's the total.
Total
So
for
total for
everything.
both the county and school budget.
I see. Thank you. Can you differentiate between those two? What the increase would be for the county operations and what's for the school?
Sure. The schools were a 10% change for just the county portion. I can work that up really quick if you give me just a second.
Oh, that's okay. It's got to be less. if the overall
Sure,
rate,
right.
it's got to be a decrease, right?
Absolutely. I just want to confirm that I'm giving you the correct number. The way it's, worded or listed out, of course, we have embedded it within it, the contribution to the schools, which we generally consider part of the county budget. So if you give me just a moment, and if there's any other questions that I can answer.
Shouldn't we let you calculate it?
I can do both.
Interruption? One other question, Katie, while you're,
Sure,
this one
yeah,
is easy. You'll
perfect.
be able to answer this off the top of your head. So is the 10% increase for the schools, does that include the 2 million from Google?
It does.
It does,
Which
okay.
is also an extraordinary revenue source. Obviously, that's one time and that will not be recurring.
Right.
Mhm. And are any other questions I can answer in that time? Trying to make sure I fully capture.
I believe it was 80 million is what you're looking for there.
I'm sorry.
Was the other, is that last year's school budget you're looking for? Was that what you asked?
No, I have it. I'm just calculating it. Again, I want to make sure that I have the correct figure.
You're going to proceed with the vote on this today? I'm going to delay it until after the meeting.
Tell you what, Katie, we're gonna go into recess here for a few minutes, like 5 minutes here, and you can figure that, and we'll be right back. Okay.
Can we do that together?
Yeah.
I think we might have to make one.
No, I'm gonna talk to our attorney. I'm gonna talk to the council.
Okay.
But give us about recess about 5 minutes here. Ms. Davis?
Yes, sorry about that. So the year-to-year change for just direct county expenses is 7.1%.
That's outside of personnel or whatever. I mean.
No, that includes personnel.
That
That
includes
includes all direct county costs, which does also include the contribution to the school.
Okay. Oh, that includes the contribution.
Right. So what it would exclude is all those state and federal funds that essentially are a direct pass through to the schools.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So I know one of the first thing we need to do is to adopt the 2026 tax rate resolution as attached. Any comments on that?
Again, these are the same as 2025, so no changes. Exactly as they were last year.
Okay.
I move to approve.
Second. And any discussion, any further discussion on that? No discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstain? Okay, that passed. And Ms. Davis, do you want to go through anything else on the FY 2026-27?
I think that there's a lot of familiarity at this point. I don't, but I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. Hopefully it's understood how it's laid out, which is a slightly simplified version of, of course, some of the presentations, but.
Good. Well, a few things that I just want to go over if I can. As for the budget, I want to extend my sincere gratitude to the budget subcommittee, the countless hours and immense hours that they have spent and effort dedicated to crafting the budget. I'm also grateful for each of you individually for your willingness to sit down with me and constructively work through the adjustments that I proposed. I know that took time out of your day and your busy time that you would like to be at home. But I'd also like to explain a few items in the process. This is a new endeavor. We've never had the budget subcommittee of so many members. And as each of you can see now attest that this is complicated at best. So one of the things is, as you started your work, you were approximately 1.3 million out of balance between expenditures and revenues. And as you cut your way through the balance, however, the subcommittee did not look at a couple of things. One of them was revenue. The revenue side of the budget, if you look from 26 to 27, there is a decrease in the revenues for approximately $1.9 million. 800,000 of that, I believe, was in elderly assistance. So now we're looking at about 1.1, but I realize where some of this may have come from. However, I do not believe the revenues will drop that entire amount. After looking, I feel certain that there were additional revenues in several locations, such as the new Munters, the facility, the machine and tool, along with the business personal property. There will be an increase in Munters 1 with their inside expansion for about 15 million, plus a new building down Daleville Town Center that is completed. And we'll have new fast food restaurant on US 11 and exit 150. The new Wawa will get certified of occupancy soon with steel going up, plus others. So I conservatively looked at these numbers with the committee and felt like there was an opportunity to at least about $600,000 in budget. But as I look at that, I feel that there's a couple other things we need to look into in the future. And I would propose that the future budgets use a revenue committee to come up with revenues and not putting it all on Katie. It'd be practical to have the finance director, of course, the commissioner of revenue, the director of community development, and the director of economic development serve on this committee along with the BOS chair and administration. So one of the things that we did find that there was not a consensus for the subcommittee and like a 2-2 vote on a few things. So it really wasn't a full budget per se, but this was a new little situation that they had gone through. One of the things that I did do when we met with them and that additional I had on there we talked through some of those items. Such as there's a $50,000 savings in technologies. That was, Mahesh with the technology services was able to get to other vendors and was able to save $50,000. 10,000 in savings in the Blue Ridge Behavioral Health Service. And then also going to option B, some agreed, some didn't agree on the recreation team registration for $10,000 in revenue increase. So this is, you know, a total savings of about $70,000 that we're looking at, that we sat down and we were going over.
You're talking from the 600,000 in?
No, it was out to 353,000. I think that was 360.
I'm sorry, can somebody direct me to what we're talking about?
Yeah.
I'm not quite getting it. Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. I'm trying to figure out where 360 comes from. Oh, is that right here?
360.
363?
That's right.
That's what you're talking about? All right. All right, sorry.
And so anyway, that's where I wanted to make sure that we had cut through some of those items, and we did. And I appreciate your time doing so. But, you know, I think that I took a look at this and I agreed with what 88% or so that you guys had done, the hard work that you've done. So again, thank you for the subcommittee for doing that. But as we move through this, our auditor, when we're talking about the school budget, our auditor is going to try to meet with two of our board members to discuss some of the things that we have. And that's going to be done, I think, on June 11th.
And others. There are other people in the meeting as well.
Yeah, there will be two board members from the BOS and also two school board members, as well as the finance directors on both groups. The superintendent and of the county administrator and the school will be there. But I think this will be some good conversations that they'll be had, and hopefully they'll bring forward. So that is something that was mentioned. And I think that's something that we should, you know, think about going in. How are we going to have this in the future? I think collaboration between the schools and the county needs to happen. However that can happen, I think we could come up with something that we collaborate just to make sure that it's a little bit more visible for everybody to take a look at and not as confusing. So hopefully we can do that. But it's difficult, I think, from a level funding standpoint for some of the contracts that the schools have. Now, you know, I certainly wouldn't mind having the schools if they wanted to elaborate on some of the things that were said, or if they, you know, some of the things that are come up in their early year in the contracts that are out there. Is there, Ms. Womack, Superintendent Womack, is there anything that you would like to bring forward on the things that you look forward to in the next month or so that are going to be happening? Just to clarify, what is it the importance of, and why is this money important?
You might want to inquire about the fund balance as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. I will just say with regard to the 2.8 that we have discussed, still the lines that were presented during our budget process and the budget that our school board has approved. So from the original ask for that operating amount, we have just reduced lines, mainly in the insurance line, in the maintenance line, and in the positions line. So that's all I have to add at this point. If we change those numbers, it will have to be presented to our school board for approval as well. And we will do that after we have final numbers from the state and the county. Mr. Lee, if there's anything else you would like to add.
there any other questions you have? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So is there any further discussion on some of these things that we have discussed so far?
So can I just ask, Mac, are we going to consider tabling this until after we had the conversation, we get our arms around the actual numbers, or should we continue to talk about that now?
That's it. Please, no applause. I think that if we can, we did talk to our counsel on that, and that's a good question. And if we could have kind of a return, an answer on that, what are their thoughts? What's your thoughts on the process of tabling this until a later date?
Well, legally, we have an obligation to adopt the, well, this year we have an obligation to adopt the budget by the later of, or excuse me, by the earlier of 30 days after when the General Assembly adopts the budget, or by July 1. That's what's legally required. There is, of course, for the schools, the issue of they need to get teacher contracts out. And they can't send out teacher contracts without an appropriation to support that. But that's the limiting factor from their perspective, and how much they can wait before tendering contracts, I don't know.
And I know the sooner the better for that situation. Could there be a special meeting held for this after that meeting would be held for June 11th?
Legally, certainly, yeah.
Maybe that's what we should do. I will move to table a vote on the budget until a special meeting can be noticed for after the June 11th meeting with the auditors.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to approve our budget as presented. I've had a chance to speak to our auditor. Our auditor was very clear on that piece of the budget. It was very clear to me where money in the current audited finances sit. I'm content with that. I'm prepared to move forward.
So we have one motion to table it till after the 11th. And we have and we have do we have a second on the first one, first of all?
Second.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, you cannot have two motions.
Yeah, I
on the
know.
floor.
And that's why I'm trying to figure out for a council
So you have
standpoint.
to vote on one and
But
then,
you would have to have a second for Ms. Rotman's motion.
and then vote.
And then if there is a second, then you could have
Then you
discussion and vote on that one. And then go back to Mr. Snyder if he still is interested in his motion at that point.
There we go. So the first one we will go to, and Ms. Rotman had made a motion, you seconded. Any discussion?
I would just think it's the responsible thing to do. We're not really putting it off for a very long period of time, but we need actual numbers. We need to know what it is that we're approving. I mean, it's one thing to talk to the auditor and get some notion about balances that are left over, but the other side of that equation that's very important is what the spending is. So I don't think we can move forward without a real grasp of the numbers.
All right. There we have. Any other discussion? If not, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Abstain?
Abstain.
Okay. So
Did you vote?
I did.
Which way did you vote?
I voted to oppose.
You voted to oppose. So you want to vote on this today?
Well, it's a 2-2 vote. He abstained.
So it does.
No, I got that, but your personal vote is to vote on the budget today. I'm just trying to clarify
Yes.
who's voting for what. Okay. All right, so you want to vote on the budget today, and then you want to meet with the auditor later and find out what the numbers mean. Do I have that pretty well? And
So I appreciate that. Oh, anyway, please. So one of the things that Mr. Snyder had mentioned before is that he had a chance to talk with the auditor, and if you can add more into that, please, Mr. Snyder.
So when we have the opportunity to meet with our auditor, some of the things that that gentleman, Mr. Corbin Stone, is going to reference is money that is dedicated for health fund for the schools, money that is dedicated for their cafeteria and or construction fund. These can be found in Fund 220 and Fund 608. In addition, there are some textbook funding that is available to them. Some of that is the county matches from a state-funded arrangement. My takeaway from that conversation is that we can leave that money there, or they can spend the money and they'll come right back to us for more. Now, I don't know that that makes sense in my mind to go through those machinations to make that happen. So my conversations with school board member, with our superintendent, the compensation adjustment, health insurance adjustment, some positions, we realize there's going to be some fuel with regards to where we are in that portion of costs right now. Again, I'm going to reiterate, the schools originally asked for $14.5 million roughly. The fact that they are willing to operate with only an additional 2.8, I think that stands out to me. I think that makes a point that schools are attempting to work within the constraints of our budget. There were 3 founding principles of why I think I ran for this role and what constitutes a local community. That's education, that's fire and life safety, and that's our sheriff's department. And I feel as though I am supporting all of those things, but with this, in regard to this particular matter, I am supporting education, and I'm proud to do so.
well, I'm proud to support education and the taxpayers of this county. So it's all well and good to.
Please.
It's all well and good to talk about the spending side of it. But unlike what you believe, I mean, to talk about the balance side of it, how much money has been left over from previous years. But the other side of the equation, the more important side of the equation, is how much is spent. That amount is not audited. The only thing that's audited is the fund balance. So whatever the monies have been spent on, the last audit I saw of expenses was 2010. There may have been others after that, but the expenses, from what I saw, have not been audited for 15 years or so. That may or may not be correct. But lacking information on actual expenditures, I did an internet search to see where I might find, what does the school actually spend in comparison to their requested budgets every year? So what I found originally was every year the superintendent files an annual report and discloses what total spending is. I don't honestly know what that number means, but it was 69 million, close to 70 million in 2025. So if we just extrapolate, say 7% a year increasing to that total spending, we end up this year at level funding with over a $3 million surplus for the schools. And that's not including the $2 million for Google. So someone and I were talking on the phone last night, and we're like, well, what does that $69.9 million actually mean? She was under the impression that expenses were audited. That's why we were looking to see if we could find something. But what we found in the 2025 county audit of the school's fund balance was a single line item that said total expenditures were $72.7 million. I'm oversimplifying it now a little bit. $72.7 million. And then they said, if you want to understand recurring operational expenses, you have to back out one-time capital outlays, which according to the audit conducted by our county was $2.2 million. When you back out that $2.2 million from the 72.4 million declared for total spending by our auditor, you get very close to that 69.9 figure that's disclosed to the county. So looking at how that would increase by 7% a year, if we have level funding, we would still be giving the school an over $3 million surplus. So I think before we decide to give them an additional 2.8 million on top of that and 2 million more from Google, we need to meet with the auditor and determine what the actual numbers are. I think just to roll the dice now and say, well, we think it's okay, without actually knowing is not fiscally responsible. It is not representing the interests of the taxpayers. It's saying, okay, the schools tell us they need this amount of money. We haven't really made any kind of investigation into it. We think they're good people. And of course we do, but we don't know what they spent. We don't know what they spent in 2026. We don't know what they spent, what their anticipated expenses would be based on a reasonable increase. So I kind of have to throw up my hands because I think you guys are just going to vote for the budget and just vote for the entire thing without taking a look at the actual numbers.
Mr. Chair.
Would you be willing to meet with Ms. Brotman and the school and the county on June 11th?
Yes, I would.
And possibly hear this again?
Yes, I would.
So I will retract my, I'm sorry.
Actually, I'm sorry. I was just going to add a quick comment to give a little more context, which may or may not be helpful, and I apologize for interrupting the discussion. I just wanted to note that what you have in front of you right now is a budget adoption. There's actually a separate resolution for the budget appropriation, which is the legally binding amount. As we discussed through the budget subcommittee meetings, one of the tactics we were looking at employing for this year, given the uncertainty with the state budget, is doing a quarterly appropriation for the schools, which means until that appropriation occurs, you're not legally bound to that. So I just wanted to make sure to clarify that item. That's something that we were planning to bring in June to give the opportunity for any additional changes that there may be, because there's a lot of different, stuff going on.
And that
with
will
the
be
budget.
reviewed on a quarterly basis up until the last bit of that. Is that right?
That's correct. So actually in June this year, you will see their fourth quarter appropriation for the current year next month as well, because we did the same thing for FY26. So I just wanted to make sure to offer up that additional bit of clarification, which may or may not be helpful to the discussion, but so that you understand that until we do that appropriation, we're not legally bound to that amount.
Still, the idea that we would declare an amount without knowing what the actual numbers are is very disquieting to me, and I'm sure it's disquieting to the taxpayers of this county. I think we can do better. It's like a 2 week.
So
it's like a 2 week delay.
If we have it, and if I understand it right, I retract mine, then it would be a 3-1 vote. And then we move to go to June 11th. After that, we find a time for the budget.
Would
Mr.
you
Counsel.
be moving to reconsider?
Yes. How's that?
I'm just making sure that you're saying that you want to change your vote on the motion to table until after the 11th, right? Which would be a motion to reconsider from you.
Yes.
Same here.
So I would ask that we reconsider and take a look from the auditor and meet for this budget after June 11th.
Do we need to set a date now, Mike, or we can?
As long as there is 3 days notice given, three working days notice, you can hold a meeting pretty much anytime you want.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I totally appreciate it.
Okay. So Let's go to the next item.
Have we successfully made that motion, Mike? And
Did we vote on the motion to reconsider?
yeah, I think we have to.
Yeah, so let's go ahead and vote on that reconsidering. June 11th, and after that, there'll be a 3-day notice for a meeting for the budget FY 26-27. Do I have a motion?
I move that. I move that there be a reconsideration
Well-
of the denial of the tabling.
Hold on, this is.
Yeah,
Can I have it?
Mr. Scotthorn's the one who wants to change his vote, so he's got to make the
Oh,
motion.
okay. I'm going to shut up. Just
And I would,
whatever you
I
want,
would like
Matt.
to
I'll
change
second
my
it.
vote
I'll
on
second
that.
it. I'm seconding whatever you're doing.
There we go. All right. So, and then I will change my votes.
Okay, so now we're going to, now you can you need to vote on the motion to reconsider, and then you need to re-vote on her motion.
Yeah, I second the motion to reconsider.
Okay, and now you vote on the motion to reconsider.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
All right. There we go.
And then
Now
Ms.
we-
Rodman remakes her motion.
I remake my motion to table the vote on the budget until after the June 11th meeting with the auditor.
Second.
And all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain. Okay. Wow. Thank you very much, council. Through that whole thing.
We would not.
No
have-
harm, right?
We would not have made it.
So if we can move on to number 8, that would be the VDOT monthly update.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I'm the acting resident engineer, Ashley Mathena. This month, we're still working on patching our roads ahead of the paving schedule. The contractors have not yet made it into Botetourt County, but you will see them this summer, I promise. We also have had just a couple land development reviews that we've completed and issued a couple permits. Oh. The exit 162 acceleration project continues and we're still on track for a December finish. The 143 to 150, I'm sure you've noticed a lot more grading that's happened, tree clearing that's been occurring there in the median, and that'll continue. The Laymantown Route 460 project has begun. That started last week, 21st. And that it will be throughout the summer and should be completed right before school starts. There is a detour in place, which I believe, Mr. Michaels, you had a question about that we answered earlier today for you about the detour. Did you have any further questions about that? I believe Andrew answered your question about the detour for the Laymantown 460 project.
No, you answered my questions in the email earlier.
Yep, so you didn't have any further questions about it. Okay, great.
And thank you for being so prompt on that.
Yeah, Andrew's good at that. As far as our routine maintenance work, we're doing a lot of grading of our gravel roads, dust control, some brush trimming. Our mowing is finishing up in the areas. We're also doing a lot of ditch and shoulder work as well as pothole repair still. Was there anything that I could answer or address for any members of the board today?
Any localities? Amsterdam,
I have no questions.
Blue Ridge.
I had one other.
Sure.
And I see that your people are doing the preliminary work out there on Longwood for the paving.
Yes.
There was one citizen that was concerned about the cul-de-sac there, said that he thought that needed some additional prep work before the paving.
Okay, we'll take a look at it.
Okay, thank you.
Buchanan?
Could I get your card, please? I'm just searching. I got an email from somebody. I cannot find it for the life of me.
Sure. I believe that came from Andrew, but I have a business card. I'll grab one for you before I
Oh, okay,
leave.
great. Thank you.
Fincastle.
633 McKinney Hollow Road, kind of with the intersection, a little street there called Botany Drive. I don't think it's your problem. It's probably the gas company's problem, but they had did an open cut across that road a year or two ago,
Okay.
and that has sunk, and it will jar you pretty good. It's all the way across.
And it's off McKinney Hollow, you said?
Yes.
I didn't catch the side street name. I'm sorry.
Botany
Botany,
Drive.
okay.
Yeah. Just a little subdivision there. And I had a citizen ask me if center striping was planned for that road also. It's pretty much gone, but I thought he might ask.
We'll check on it. Some of those low volume secondaries that may have had striping in the past, we've chosen not to restripe moving forward, but I'll check on it.
Okay, thank you.
Valley District, I understand from Steve Lovell that nobody has contacted him yet on Route 11 Reed Mountain Road. There's a house that he has, and that water is eroding portion of that. So if somebody can get in touch with him.
Sure. And we're trying to determine if there's anything we can do at that location. It's kind of a difficult spot. So, but we'll give him a call.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now I'll grab a card real quick.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Thank you.
There is a 3:30 and I'm about 8 minutes late to go into that. It is the 11 abandonment and conveyance of portion of public road to Alltech Industries. Mr. Rosen, Kyle?
Right on that bound, right?
I apologize.
Okay. I'll jump.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Before you today is 3 items related to an action that you took back in March around a portion of South Center Drive out here in front of the county building and Alltech Industries. So Alltech is seeking to acquire a portion of South Center Drive from the Botetourt County entrance up to their current entrance. In March, the board voted with its intention to abandon. And since then, the county has done the necessary requirements as laid out by code of advertising the abandonment in both the Fincastle Herald and along the road. And so before you today is 3 items. You have the abandoning of the road. And then there's the approval of the conveyance to Alltech and the purchase and sale agreement. And then there's an accompanying performance agreement that will incentivize their growth in 2027. So I'm happy to take any questions that folks have.
Any questions from the board?
No questions.
There are no questions. Do I hear a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Any discussion?
I just missed what the motion was. I'm so sorry. What was the motion to approve?
Yes.
To approve the abandonment? Yes. Okay, thank you. Yes. I have no discussion.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are you doing the other ones?
Yep. Oh, that's right. Sorry about that. The public hearing, anybody here to speak on this? None? That was a public hearing, and we have performance agreements yet to take place. There's 3 items to this whole thing. Is number 1, we were trying to get all 3 of those things into place. Would that conclude all 3 of those? That's okay. Very good. The portion of the South Center Drive, rated Exhibit A, be abandoned. So we'll look at that portion.
Then there's the conveyance.
Okay.
So
The
I think that's
abandonment.
the next one.
I have a motion for approval.
Motion.
Second that. All in favor?
Aye.
Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? All right, and now the second part, this is going to be hard.
Like lost.
Yeah. And then this next part
The
is
performance
the
agreement.
performance agreement. Do I have a motion for the performance agreement?
Move to approve.
Second.
Second.
Any discussion? Not all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And
I think that's it.
clear,
Sorry to bring some.
clear as mud there. Sorry. So let's go to, if we can, the cash rounding ordinance. Mr. Mormon.
Oh,
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. County Treasurer Donna Booth couldn't be here with you today, so I'm sharing this on her behalf. And this is an item you do not have to vote on. So
Thank
it'll
you
be
very
nice
much.
and easy.
I got that one down.
There you go. Purely an informational item. This is a matter that will be scheduled and advertised for public hearing at your June meeting. As I'm sure you probably know, the federal government has discontinued the minting of pennies. So therefore, banks are no longer able to supply them for cash transactions. The General Assembly have passed some enabling legislation to allow localities to prescribe temporary procedures expiring July 1, 2027 until the General Assembly enacts statewide uniform procedures for localities. So the Treasurer is asking the boards to hold a public hearing and consider an ordinance that would be effective July 1 of 2026 and would sunset July 1, 2027 to govern the use of cash payments for rounding for pennies. And the ordinance as drafted would provide that for any amount ending in 1 or 2 cents, the amount payable would be rounded down to 0. For any amount ending in 3 or 4 cents, the amount payable would be rounded up to 5 cents. For any amount ending 6 or 7 cents would be rounded down to 5 cents. And any amount ending as 8 or 9 cents would be rounded up to 10 cents. Again, this would only be applicable to payments made in cash. It would not alter the amount of any tax, fee, fine, or other charge that's due and payable by law. It would not affect account balances, billing statements, or other financial records, which would reflect the exact amount owed prior to the rounding. Be happy to try to address any questions, but again, we just wanted to make you aware of this, give it some publicity for public sake so that they could review that ordinance in preparation for a public hearing next month.
I have a question, David. Is the giant bowl that I have in my house of pennies now worthless? I think it must be. Is this in effect now?
It is in effect. Well, this rounding ordinance, of course, isn't, but the mint is no longer producing pennies. That's correct. Yeah.
Maybe they're worth more. Maybe they're worth more. Okay, thank you. That was my most important
Sure.
question.
All right. If no other questions, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Henkel, Reed Mountain Ground Space Lease.
Afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Matt Hinkle, your Emergency Communication Systems Manager. What I have before you today is a ground space lease between the county and Diamond Communications. This was a result of an RFP that we did with to put a new tower at the public safety complex or at the Reed Mountain Fire Department that is currently there now and obviously under construction. Diamond Communications was awarded the bid and was brought to before the board, and it was approved. Subsequent to that, we went ahead and negotiated a lease with Diamond Communications. In short, excuse me, it'll be a 6-month lease for them to do their due diligence with an optional 6-month extension to make sure they have plenty of time. They've already been doing that due diligence now, just so you're aware, because of the time constraints. So they've already been doing the FCC, FAA studies and things of that nature. Ostensibly, it'll be a 5-year lease with 7 5-year extensions once they've exercised that option. As in lieu of rent, instead of a monthly payment, a set monthly payment, Diamond Communications will be paying us $25,000 initially for when the first tenant comes onto the tower. And my understanding, there is a tenant that they've already identified and is looking to be going on the tower. So we will be receiving that 25,000 relatively shortly. And then we will receive 40% of the rent that they collect from the first carrier and 50% from every carrier after that. So in round numbers, if it's at $2,000 a month, we should, and the first tenant, we should get about $800, and a second and third, fourth, we should get about $1,000. Don't hold me to those exact numbers. It really depends on how much they rent the space for. But that will be in lieu of the rent for the ground space. So Mr. Lockley has reviewed the lease agreement and found it legally sufficient. And staff recommendation to the board is that you approve the lease. And I'm here to answer any questions that you may have.
Any questions?
Thank you.
Are you likely to have these subleases?
The first one, I believe, is matter of fact, the drawings that we were seeing from the vendor has already have that one sublease on there. That particular area is quite a large growth area. That I would anticipate at least one more, possibly two more.
Wow, fantastic. Thank you. So in front of us, we have to approve the ground space lease with Diamond Communications and authorize county staff to execute all related documents. Do I have a motion for approval?
Motion.
Second. Any discussion? None. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? And abstain.
Thank you very much.
And we can go to the next one is 12 and is the initiation of a zoning ordinance and comprehensive plan amendments for solar facilities, Mr. Lockaby. But at first, I want to acknowledge Mr. Tom Williamson that worked hard on this as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a resolution to authorize zoning ordinance amendments to deal with solar facilities. There are three principal ways that zoning ordinance amendments happen. With regard to the zoning map, amendments come either from the Board of Supervisors, the Planning Commission, or from an applicant who has to be the owner of a property that they want remapped. This is actually a change to the text of the ordinance, and changes to the text of the ordinance come either from the Planning Commission or the Board of Supervisors, although we do have a process in place whereby people can petition the Board of Supervisors to initiate a text amendment. I had spoken with several members of the Board of Supervisors who expressed interest in my putting together a draft of some changes to the zoning ordinance. As you're going to hear in a moment, there have also been some changes that we are in the process of having to make because the General Assembly has told us that we have to. So combined together, some of those ideas that you all had come up with, as well as some of the changes that are required by state law. And by state law, you need to direct the Planning Commission to make to hold a public hearing and make a recommendation on those zoning ordinance amendments. By law, they have up to 100 days. However, my understanding is that you would like them to move with the greatest alacrity, let's say, possible. So I think that they've probably gotten that message. If they haven't, please feel free to call your planning commissioner and confer with them on that point. So the other thing included here is also a direction to the Planning Commission to look at some of the comprehensive plan language around renewable energy. And there's a deadline for the Planning Commission to come back with a recommendation on that by November 30. That I think will be a more considered process than going forward with these zoning ordinance amendments. These zoning ordinance amendments fall into two categories. They're either things that our comprehensive plan already says we ought to have, and so it's just a clarification of what we intend anyway. Or there's stuff that the General Assembly has told us we got to do. Looking further down the road, there are going to be a couple of more things that go into effect on January 1 of 2027 that the General Assembly is mandating. And it also makes sense to look more broadly at the comprehensive plan and have some more specific policies regarding renewable energy, both wind turbines and solar, so that we can make some of the Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors thoughts more explicit. So that's what has been put in front of you. I have to admit, it has not gone through the full gamut of planning staff review. So that's going to be kind of the next step, but it is a first draft and a resolution to direct the Planning Commission to hold a public hearing and make a recommendation. I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Lockaby?
I just had one question, Mike. So if the planning commission wants to make changes in it, it doesn't have to come back to us to resolve. I mean, that's just part of the process.
Yeah, they can go and they can make changes, and whatever they've come out to is what will come back to you.
Okay.
Now, it has not been unheard of for a Board of Supervisors to change it back and say, no, I meant what I told you the first time, but they have that leeway.
Okay. I just didn't know if it had to be like a yo-yo thing going back or forth, or it can just go forward. It can
Just goes
just
straight
go
up.
forward. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
So what we have in front of us is direct the planning commission to consider and make recommendations on the ZOA and amendment to the comprehensive plan. Do I have a motion?
I move to
Motion.
approve. Oh, sorry.
And second,
Second.
any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Abstain. Very good. Thank you very much. And now we move into the legislative wonderful update there.
All right. I'm going to give you an update on some of the very highest tops of the waves regarding the legislative session. Now, I want you to understand what my objective is here. It is not to tell you the most important legislation. I know that sounds weird. I am here to tell you the most important legislation in terms of county operations, the stuff that is going to either Oh, okay. The stuff that is either going to change the way that we do business or that is going to cost us money. That is what I'm interested in. So consequently, there are other very important bills that I am not going to mention that you might care very, very much about in your personal life and about which your constituents may care very, very much. I am focused on what stuff is going to create work for your staff, what stuff are you going to have to vote for or against over the next coming year or make decisions about, and what's going to wind up costing us more money in next year's budget. All right, so first thing, general government operations. Actually, relatively little on this year, believe it or not. Last year we had a whole bunch of different bills, but the main change that's being made is that the full meeting agendas need to be posted before the meeting. Now, it doesn't say how far that has to be. Perhaps it could be 5 minutes before the meeting. I don't know, but it has to be published before the meeting. We should probably target the same time, at least the same time that we would have to publish the 3-day notice of the meeting anyway. I know the Board of Supervisors typically beats that 3-day, but not all of our public bodies do. It requires, and it also prohibits final action on any item that is not on the pre-published agenda. So that pre-published agenda actually can be amended up until the beginning of the meeting, but after that point, you cannot add items. And if any items are added, they have to be, any items are added at or during the meeting, they have to be either time sensitive, which is not a defined term, or come out of closed sessions that were noticed. So we should assume that, a motion to to buy a load of sand and burlap bags because the river's rising and we need to put sandbags in Buchanan, that's probably going to be something that's time sensitive. But I don't know about, I think we're going to have to be thoughtful about that and more intentional about making sure that that walk-on items are minimized. All right, so a couple of items for finance and taxation. Two of these are really their attempts, authorization to us to sort of clean up after the federal government's messes. We can give up to a 90-day extension for federal employees to pay their taxes during federal government shutdowns. And also allowing for rounding of cash payments to localities in order to compensate for the increasing unavailability. As you just heard Mr. Mormon say, the General Assembly authorized us to have a local ordinance allowing Ms. Booth and her office to round between July 1st of this year and June 30 of 27. After July 1 of 27, the State Department of the Treasury, I believe, is going to be promulgating regulations that everyone will have to follow, both treasurers and all merchants. I actually did some interesting research into this. There had been, during both the George W. Bush administrations and the Obama administration, there had been legislation proposed in Congress that would have stopped minting the penny, and it included regulations for rounding. What we did this time was we just stopped making pennies, so there were no regulations or anything about how you were supposed to round. So been kind of making that up. There's also a budget item which is still alive, and I don't know, and I'm increasingly thinking probably it isn't going to make it through, but I thought it was important for you to know that the proposal, which has been out there for several years now, that would allow localities to have a referendum to impose a 1% additional sales tax that would have to be used for debt service on school capital projects, has been included in the state budget that was passed through the Senate, and it is still, at this point, alive. So we'll see whether that comes through in the final budget that the General Assembly adopts. But it just is an interesting idea that you would have to hold a referendum, but then you would be able to use a particular sales tax revenue stream for school capital projects. I worked with Danville on theirs, and it's worked very well for them, but of course your mileage might vary. Personnel and employment. There's a program that's been required for paid family and medical leave. So effective 4/1/28 and thereafter, we're going to have insurance. It's very similar to unemployment insurance for up to 12 weeks of family and medical leave. There are also requirements for paid sick leave. I believe that this isn't going to require a huge change for us, but these are going to be some updates to our policy manuals. It's also going to entail our probably buying some insurance that we didn't previously have. Procurement. We're now required for most types of construction contracts to have a mini Davis-Bacon program. Those of you who are familiar with whoever dealt with Davis-Bacon, basically the Federal Department of Labor has prevailing wages for trades in different geographical areas, and federal contracts, the general contractor has to pay those wages. And then whatever that federal agency is letting the contract needs to go do checks and check the books period. Ask people whether they're being asked by their boss for kickbacks and things like that. Well, we have now been required to do that at the local level here. We don't know exactly what this is going to mean. It can probably mean somewhere between 10 and 30% increase in construction contract prices. I know that for my part, I've seen situations where it did in fact probably mean a 25-30% increase. I know of one situation where it was a major construction contract. This was a major construction contractor who had been the low bidder. We got some federal money into it as a grant at the last minute so that we had to impose Davis-Bacon as a pass-through because it was federal money. And it actually barely changed it because they were paying prevailing wages in the Lynchburg area already. But again, your mileage might vary. Several changes to land use. Obviously, just mentioned local regulation of solar facilities. Henceforth, all localities will be required to have special exception processes for solar facilities. I know that we have at least one adjoining county that has effectively banned them by simply not allowing them. That's going to no longer be allowed. It also forces us to decrease the setbacks for most types of solar facilities below what we had previously had in our ordinance. Interestingly, it requires us to take some of the language from DEQ requirements on the environmental compliance of these facilities and write it into our zoning ordinance and figure out how to make that work with our special exception process. Another is wireless facility modifications. So there was already federal legislation at 47 USC section 1455 that dealt with modifications to cell towers and to small wireless facilities and how those had to be processed. The General Assembly adopted an even more strict provision and provided that only the locality and the applicant may bring lawsuits. So neighbors can't actually bring lawsuits anymore if they think that a cell tower near them is doing modifications that they shouldn't. Right?
Really like the every, I dotted and like everything that could be regulated is being regulated.
Yes. And the General Assembly also oftentimes thinks that, well, locality, you're just not a big enough grown up to make that decision yourself. So we're going to do it for you.
Okay.
Or again, for Botetourt, there's probably a lot of things that you would really prefer to just leave unregulated. All of a sudden, you've got to figure out and make a decision what you're going to do because you got to do something.
Got to do something right.
Yep. We're going to have to look at accessory dwelling units by 7/1 of 27. Single family residential construction, you're going to have to allow accessory dwelling units. It's a move to increase the housing stock.
Like a mini house on your property or something?
Yep. Or a mother-in-law's suite in your back garden or whatever. Yep. That's going to have to be by right. And we can have standards for it, but there are actually rules around what the standards have to be as well. You're shocked. There is a requirement that we cannot require more than a certain amount of off-street parking. My understanding is that we probably actually already meet this requirement, but we'll have to do some analysis. And finally, we are going to have to do a little bit of work to allow churches, religious organizations, and nonprofits to do by right residential or mixed use development. And there are a bunch of criteria and limitations around this, but it has to do basically with assisting religious and nonprofit organizations with doing affordable housing projects. Optional, there are several here on the affordable housing front. And it should be noted, the General Assembly uses the term affordable housing in a very wishy-washy way. On the one hand, sometimes they mean affordable housing and they mean housing that could cost $400,000, but like a family might have a reasonable shot of owning it. Sometimes they mean like real limited low income housing, tax credit finance projects. And so don't always read affordable housing to mean one thing. It can mean two different things. A couple of bills that died that are worth knowing about. One is collective bargaining by public employees. This bill was passed by the General Assembly. It was vetoed by the governor. The governor had proposed a bunch of changes to the bill. And the General Assembly just said no. I have to say, from the standpoint of local governments, from the standpoint of local governments, collective bargaining is going to increase your expenses, probably, in most departments. It's certainly going to be a lot of administrative difficulty and more employees just for compliance purposes, which is going to increase your costs. However, the bill that was proposed by the General Assembly had a lot of lack of clarity. It had a lot of places where that were just ripe for litigation or for a heavily lobbyist-centered regulatory process to fill in blanks. So I think the governor's proposals were an improvement because at least they were clear. Those were rejected by the General Assembly for reasons that are unclear to me. So the entire thing died because the governor ultimately vetoed it. But I think that the governor was fairly clear that she doesn't think public sector collective bargaining is bad per se. She just thought this was a dumb bill. So expect it to come back next year. There was a bill that came through that was going to require localities to allow multifamily development in large sections of their locality by right. That also died, but I expect something like that to come back along with one of the affordable housing bills that I kind of passed over. And finally, there was a bill that would have provided for a waiver of sovereign immunity up to the limits of insurance. So we have, we actually don't have insurance. We have a self-insurance risk pool that we use to reinsure our risk. We have an annual holdback. We have that holdback managed through a third party, and that third party does reinsurance on our behalf. So what this would, and we also have sovereign immunity from various types of torts and other claims against the county. And basically the objective of this bill was to waive sovereign immunity up to the limits of that self-insurance plan. There are some pluses and minuses to this, but I can certainly say that the big plus will be to the bank accounts of plaintiffs' attorneys.
Yeah.
Okay. That's all I have. I appreciate the opportunity to answer any questions you have. Like I said, I touched the very highest of high tops of things that are going to be difficult and or increase our costs, or that, just you're wondering what Nicole Pendleton or Mary Blackburn is up to. It's probably updating a zoning ordinance or a personnel manual.
Any questions? If not,
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mike.
Mr. Collins, ICO fire rated update.
Excuse me.
Good afternoon, members of the board and Mr. Sorry. Been a long wait. Not just today, this whole year. Last year, early February, March timeframe, Chief Ferguson came to me and asked me to look into redoing our ISO rating. So I'm here today to give you an update on our findings, how we resulted it. Some of you may not know what ISO is. It's basically a company that goes out and evaluates fire departments in different areas of the country to give them a class rating on their ability to protect the different risks. If you didn't know, when you get an insurance policy on your house or your car, they don't refer to it as a home. They don't refer to it as a business. It's a risk. Insurance basically is a a bookie, to put it simple. They want to bet you that your property is going to burn down, and you're betting them that it's not. So the way they set your premiums, the way they decide how much you're going to have to pay and how much they're going to have to pay out is by using ISO and companies like this to evaluate the risk associated with that. Now, this process is very long, very lengthy. Chief, 6 months? Is that about what we did? About 6 months. I was on the phone for a couple hours every single day, and the reviewer and I became first name basis besties for quite a while. She was calling at 10 o'clock at night sometimes. Hey, I'm looking through your stuff, and very lengthy, very involved process. So at the end of it all, they give you what's called a public protection classification, PPC. This classification is something that they use. The direct quote from our report is ISO's Public Protection Classification Program, PPC, plays an important role in the underwriting process at insurance companies. In fact, most U.S. insurers, including the largest ones, use PPC information as a part of their decision-making when deciding what business to write, coverages to offer, and prices to charge personal or commercial property insurance, end quote. Basically, they use this information as the basis for their premiums, like I said earlier. A little bit of background. Prior to 2015, our 7 volunteer fire departments in the county each had their own ISO classification. And as such, they ranged from class 6 up to class 10. Class 10 essentially is an abysmal rating. It's the worst you can get. In 2015, we made our first attempt at a countywide rating. We coordinated the whole systems together, and we ended up at the end of it with a class 5, 5Y rating. 5Y means the Y at the end of it basically means that your home or property is more than 5 miles from a firehouse or 1,000 feet from a water source. The significance of this is that before this rating, our properties, say my house is in, I don't know, Oriskany, and I'm way out there, and I had a class 10 before. This saves me a heck of a premium rating. Before Chief Ferguson came to me and asked me to review this, I received a call from an insurance company that was reviewing someone's property. They were only 1.5 miles from Trout Hills Firehouse. At that time, they were rated a class 5. Unfortunately, they were greater distance from a water source, so they were technically a 5Y, and the insurance company caught this when they were renewing their policies. These folks ended up getting bumped back to a 5Y, and it cost them about $800 a year more on their home insurance. I found that unacceptable. The people of Botetourt deserve better, and I was pretty much beside myself, so I poured myself even deeper into it once Chief Ferguson asked me to do this, and we started the process. We involved Mr. Hinkle from the radio systems, obviously Chief Ferguson, myself. We got 911 involved, the sheriff's office to a degree. We had emergency management, a whole gamut of folks across the county, and we started gathering our info. And today I'm going to announce the findings of all this. But before we do that, just a little more background. The fire department rating encompasses about 50% of the points we get. It goes through our staffing, our abilities to respond, our training levels, our continuing education, our equipment, from our turnout gear to our fire apparatus, everything there. Our station distribution and our code adoption, fire official type stuff, all that is balled into this one rating. Our water supply, the water available, the condition, the capacity, distribution, hydrants, all this stuff accounts for the next 40%. So those 2 areas counts for 90% of what we're getting. And then emergency comms, radios, the training of our dispatchers, their effectiveness and their protocols makes up the final 10%. You see the 4th line there, community risk reduction. This is our plan reviews, investigations, our code enforcement, and public fire education gives us an extra credit of like 5.5 points that we can do. So at the end of it, they go through, they add up all the little micro points and fractions that we gather by all of our data that we've gathered and present it to them. They come out and do a full inspection. They go through, they open every door and go through every compartment of our fire apparatus. They review all of our training, our records. It's a really intensive process, and they give us a final score. And as you can tell on the board here, 90 to 105 is class 1, and then it scales down by 10 points each. Down to class 10, they don't meet it at all. So at the end of our 2015 assessment, we scored 51.45 points. That puts us as a class 5 fire department and a class 5 fire protection community as a whole. At the outset, we scored fairly well for the first time that we'd made a coordinated effort. And this was an improvement across the board. It was a huge, huge success for the county. And once I got this score and I started seeing these numbers, I was like, oh God, I don't know what I'm going to do. I was scrounging. He can tell you I was every day trying to come up with every little nugget of points I can, because my end goal was to score 9 points just to kick us up to a class 4. As I told Chief Ferguson when I broke the news to him when it came in, I wasn't able to get 9 points. The department wasn't able to score it. We scored 22 points. We jumped from a class 5 to a class 3. This is a huge, huge leap. It's so huge that it's unprecedented, and our review process was lengthened by about 3 months because it had to go through a full QA. We did so well through the coordinated efforts of all these departments, the stuff that the current and past board has allowed us, Mr. LaRue's direction, Chief Ferguson's leadership, we took a heck of a leap. It was something that was unexpected. It floored me. If you know me personally, Dr. Scott Hearn knows I'm not one to be quiet, but I was speechless. Didn't know what to say. There are more than 45,000 fire protection districts in the country. 37,000 of them are rated. With this score, it puts us in the top 10% nationwide. A combination volunteer career system in a rural community, mostly rural community such as ours, it's unheard of. And it's something for all the county, the board, the fire department to be extraordinarily proud of. I got the honor to head this up and do it, but this is on the men and women of our departments and of you guys. So how did we get this and how did it change? We were able to document a lot of the increase in our responses. The ability to hire the staff that we've hired and put in allowed us the ability to protect some of these areas that had previously had really bad responses. Not really bad, but less than what we wanted. Our response reliability went up significantly. We had coordinated and documented training events. Our captain in our training division has worked diligently to implement a software program that tracks all of our training, and that helped us a great deal. Some of the initiatives that myself and a couple others had went through is implementing some testing and QA stuff on our hose, our ladders, our apparatus pumps, and our aerial tests. We put a significant amount of effort into testing and documenting our hydrants. We implemented a program of inspections and maintenance that had previously been non-existent. Our mapping software in conjunction with the Active 911 system allowed us to do some pre-planned stuff that was far and above what we'd had in the past. The ecoms was able to enhance their call processing with the radio system that Mr. Henkel's group is putting in. We were able to get points to that. Our technological improvements that have been implemented through the radio systems and the E911 center that's being built gave us a significant amount of points. The water system capability, Western Virginia Water Authority has improved water lines coming through the southern part of Daleville and along the Lee Highway Avenue, gave us a lot more points. the whole infrastructure of our water system has been increased so greatly and is doing so well that we were able to gain an additional 10 or 12 points that we had previously not had. Our documented hydrants, like I said, went through. We had a lot of inspection and acceptance testing, plan reviews that we've been doing, trying to curtail some issues that might be in the future as far as fire suppression and response goes. Asks for hydrants and avenues for fire lanes, et cetera, during these new constructions that, as you know, we got a ton of. Have really, really paid off, not only in the fact that we're able to better serve people, it helped us a lot with our ISO. In summary, in the 10 years between 2015 and 2025, all of the efforts of the folks at the table here and the ones that served prior, Mr. LaRue and Chief Ferguson and all the folks around that have played a small part or a large part in our department, allowed us to score really, really well, far above what I was expecting. And it's one of the things that's going to help us respond to and mitigate any fire incidents and emergencies that would come up. This is a huge, huge accomplishment for everybody. And we appreciate everything you guys have done to support us. And I just happy to give you this information. Anything else? Chief? Okay. Sorry.
No, you're fine. So he didn't know about this slide. Sorry. So truly, I think one of the things that Captain Collins was mentioning over and over again without pointing out directly, the culmination of the ISO rating is not based off of one snapshot in time. You cannot do something one time and show them that you did it one time and score points for that. You have to do it repetitively and show historical trend of maintaining records, testing, flow testing hydrants, all those types of things. So over the past decade, a lot of very strategic investments in resources, in personnel, in training and equipping fire and EMS throughout the community, in addition to strategic decisions that you all make every month as it relates to water systems, improved communications, et cetera, all came together here. So I did want to just pause and thank everyone that was involved. Of course, Captain Collins was the lead on this for our department, as well as Captain Bennington, who serves out of the Buchanan facility. Both of these gentlemen have some historical perspective from doing this in an urban setting in Roanoke City, their previous jobs, and applied that here to help us achieve what's being announced today, as well as our captain in training, Ryan Hartberger, community risk reduction, a group of folks that have been helping with public education and prevention activities, our recruitment and retention specialists, because she's able to track all that information, help provide context to, okay, how many events and how many people are we touching with fire safety, life education type of stuff. In addition to the board and community support, our volunteer leaders opened the doors and allowed us to come have ISO take a look, because this is a third-party review. This is similar to what an accreditation would be, but we're not in any pursuit of an accreditation. What we're in pursuit of is capturing progress on something that is meaningful to anyone that owns property in Botetourt County, and that's where the ISO comes into play. There's no guarantees on what that savings could look like, but I think the encouragement for the community is this is effective July 1st that the new rating goes into play. So it's incumbent upon anybody that has insurance to make that call, talk to their insurance agent, and see if it does impact them in any way. I
hope everybody heard that right there.
Yeah, I just want to, again, very specific. It's up to the agent what their underwriter uses as the assessment, but ISO is by far the widest used assessor for these types of underwritings, and they do not guarantee percentage amounts of savings. However, if rates are going up, it may be the difference that keeps it steady. So with that, I don't want to take up any more of your time. We'll
Mr. Chairman, I believe these gentlemen need a round of applause.
Yes. So many people involved. And again, July 1st, please, everyone, contact your carrier, insurance carrier. I do have a question. I know that Blue Ridge was having a hard time having their fire hydrants, the pressure in the fire hydrants. That has been resolved, I guess.
So one critical factor in this is for water companies that will allow us to partner with them on doing the hydrant maintenance and testing. And the Water Authority is the largest, but they are not alone in the sense of they actually provide us with the scrub brushes and the paint. We go out, our engine crew at Reed Mountain, our engine crew in Buchanan using the town system. We work collaboratively. It helps our firefighters identify where hydrants are without looking at a map. It helps them make sure that the caps come off easily, that the bonnet on top is painted for color coding based off of NFPA, so they know if they're pulling up to what should be a great hydrant, blue, or a not so great hydrant, other colors including orange and red. But realistically, some water suppliers do not want us to partake. I'm not going to get into the delve into those details, but there are some providers that wish to do that themselves, and they had to provide records to the ISO reviewer. Now, that doesn't mean we can't still go evaluate them and coordinate with them, but sometimes the smaller systems, if you do not flush them in the appropriate lineage, you will stir up the sediment and cause lots of problems in the community. So all that to say, there are still a lot of microscopic water systems throughout the county that provided information requested by ISO. It doesn't mean we test and flow every single one. The others, to keep in mind there as well, is private hydrants. If there is a business that has hydrants on the metered side of their system, those are considered private. The challenge with that, and it's incumbent upon us to bring something to you, is putting forth ordinance that requires that they put forth the effort to have them tested and provide those results to us. And there are some ways we can handshake that to make it, level for everyone, but those are future conversations.
Very good. Thank you so much. Any questions anybody has?
No, I've had to deal with the ISO. No, Mark does too, but
yes,
tough bunch. Congrats. It's job well done.
Many months and hard work. Thank you so much.
Great job. Thanks.
Thank you. If we can go to number 15, the Recreation Incentive Fund for FY27. Mr. Morales.
Thank you, Chair. Whoa. Thank you so much for having me today to talk about the Recreation Incentive Fund and the board. I have the pleasure of giving you something to vote on, so look forward to that soon. This is page 227, in your packet. I also have a bunch of paper copies if you want them as well. I'm in front of you too. So
That'd be great. Thank you. Yeah.
So just a little bit about what we're going to be asking today. The Recreation Incentive Fund has been around since 1998. Every year, the board appropriates money to go into this fund that goes to recreation-related projects in Botetourt County. Just a little bit of a touch on the agenda item. So what we're asking for is for $49,522.41 out of what's currently $69,135.52 is available to be allocated, spent towards these projects. So just a little bit about the Recreation Incentive Fund too, just to make sure that everybody's on the same page of it all. It's been around since 1998. $826,000 has been awarded since then, and that's led to $3.16 million worth of projects happening. So this Recreation Incentive Fund grant program kind of has a 3.8 times multiplier in the effect that it has on the community, which is why it's such a valuable program. Last year, about $45,000 was awarded, and this year it's around $49,000 that we're asking for. It's been vetted through the Parks and Recreation Commission as well as my office. The application documents, go up to over 100 pages. So that's why I kind of put it down into one page executive summary, just to give you all the information that you need, where I have all the kind of details, in the background of it all. All these projects are throughout Botetourt County. They have a public benefit being open to the public, so there's no locked doors or exclusive memberships involved. Management, the applicants are solely responsible for the planning, management, and construction of these projects. We just verify completion prior to reimbursement if you all approve that they happen. Funding, so they, all the applicants that you see, they have shown proof of funding for 100% of the project costs. This is a reimbursement grant, so once they're complete with the project, then the money would actually be reimbursed to them. After that, reimbursement, they get no more than the award amount that you agree on, and max 50% of the actual. So if they spend more money than we told them they were allowed to have, we still cap it at that amount that we had through here. Any unused funds would roll over to the next fiscal year. And now I'll just kind of go over the projects individually a little bit and then give you some time to ask questions if you have any questions. So as an application process, so kind of anybody in the public is able to apply on behalf of an organization who wants to do it. So the town of Troutville had applied for $2,246 to be able to replace damaged unsafe borders around the children's play area of Troutville Town Park. The Eagle Rock PTA would like to install a Gaga ball pit and having it with ADA compliance, rubber mulch, and safety signage. If you don't know what Gaga ball is, as most people don't usually, it's kind of like a fenced-in dodgeball variation where kids kind of try and throw the ball at the other kid's shins and block it. It's a very popular camp game, very popular elementary school game, and it's kind of a reoccurring theme that you'll see here. But Eagle Rock was looking, the PTA was looking for $677.48 in reimbursement. The Greenfield PTA also looking for Gaga ball pits. They're trying to do 2 Gaga ball pits. That's $3,078 that they're looking for. The Colonial PTA is looking to do some playground and activity area enhancements. So they want to upgrade, adding some concrete pads for shelters, to add picnic tables and new game installations. Those new games are 9 square in the air, which is kind of like 4 square, but in the air. Some tables, tetherball, triple shoot, which is like kind of basketball kind of game there too. The total work and everything there, they're looking for a $10,000, $231.43 reimbursement. The Pathfinders for Greenways is doing some work in the Craig Botetourt Scenic Trail. They have branch water and par trailheads that they're kind of establishing, and they're looking to have some bear-proof trash cans, informational kiosks, and parking stops along the trail. They're looking for $9,936 in reimbursement. Breckenridge PTA is looking to do some adaptive playground equipment. So creation of new playground space featuring adaptive swings and safety surfacing. They're looking for $7,000 in grant money. The Cloverdale PTA looking for Cloverdale Elementary School, have a replacement of some aged equipment with a new swing structure and adaptive freedom swing. They're looking for $8,853.50. And finally, the town of Fincastle at Big Spring Park. They have a historic gazebo that it needs a lot of comprehensive structural and aesthetic repairs to it, but mainly the kind of structural component of it. Since it's in a historic area, they have to do it in a very specific way too. They're looking for $7,500 in reimbursement. So adding all those together, the total amount that would actually be spent on these projects would be in the blue column, and that's $99,044.28 that these applicants will be paying themselves. And then the reimbursement when the project is complete and inspected upon Parks and Recreation, we would be reimbursing them $49,522.41. And all this would be happening in the next fiscal year, but the money currently is readily available. We just need the approval to be able to say, yes, you can do this project. And then when they complete them, as soon as July will be when we kind of start giving them those checks if they complete it. So that's just kind of the big overall picture of it all. Not sure if you have any questions about any of them. Once again, the organizations manage the projects fully. If it's being done on school property, it's been approved by the school, people over there. All these PTAs, once again, they're independent organizations. They're volunteers who've raised this money for these projects. This isn't related to any other money that goes to the schools. So just giving you guys a chance to ask any questions if you have any.
Mr. Morales, this is a wonderful program. It's been in place for many years. Correct me if I'm wrong, or maybe you mentioned it and I did not hear you. This program at one point had a cap of $10,000. I see where Colonial exceeds that.
Yeah.
Is that, are you making an
So
allowance for
in
that?
August of last year, for the 3 board members who were on the board last year, we revamped the program and changed the timeline a little bit. And we also changed that maximum to $15,000.
15.
So the maximum that they could apply for is $15,000. But it's still at that 50%. It just so happens that the people in here pretty much all applied for under 10,000. I think just times are hard and finding that money. This is what they could kind of pull together.
Thank you for that.
Mhm.
Can I just ask you a question about something else, Victor?
Sure.
Is anything happening with repairing the Buchanan Elementary tennis and pickleball courts?
Yeah, so that's unrelated, but yes. So we have a vendor who we're looking to do that. Just with kind of the timing of it all in the summer, they tend to be really busy doing projects other places. So we have some money set aside to be looking at that. And we have some vendors trying to check it out to find the best person to do the job.
Do you know when the previous vendor passed away?
It was in the fall.
2025?
Yeah, so last year.
I was wondering, Mike, if it's possible to do kind of a creditor's claim on this vendor did work on the Buchanan Elementary tennis court and pickleball court. Poorly done work that needs to be redone. And he had a warranty, but he passed away. I don't know if it's possible for us to pursue a creditor's claim for the amount.
It really depends. It also depends if there's anything there.
Right.
I mean, I have a construction contract right now. It's an $80,000 contract. I have a judgment against a contractor who I can't get a penny from.
Yeah,
So,
no, I know
you
there has
know.
to be assets, but maybe one can look into the probate estate online and find out if there's. Maybe, could you, Victor, convey to Mike the information so that we can try to.
Yeah, Mike and I
We'll
can speak
you
about
send
that.
me the contract information
Mhm.
and we'll chat.
Yeah, we can speak about that.
Thanks.
Mr. Morales, I have one question. I know we had looked at, and there might be different timings on this, but the Gaga ball pit, you have 2 of them here. Did they work out trying to make that the same vendor so that there may be a possible decrease in cost?
Yeah, we talked a little bit with the schools. So Andy DeWeese over at the schools. And for the most part, this is kind of just managed by the PTAs directly. So we let them know to talk through it, but we don't, once again, have any kind of like management over that at the end of the day.
Okay.
Mhm.
Any other questions?
Just for clarification, you're asking for the 49,522.41 today?
Correct. Yes. And currently there is already 69,000 plus that's been appropriated for this purpose. So it's just out of that money that currently exists.
So we're looking to approve the 49,000, not the 69,000.
Correct.
That's mentioned on
Yes.
here.
Yeah.
That's what you're asking.
Yes, it is.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Do we have, Victor, any kind of like written agreement with the state? Anybody to provide amenities for the trail, the Craig Botetourt Trail?
So that's something that's being worked through. So VDOT / the Commonwealth of Virginia is who owns that trail. This group right here that's working on these 2 different trailheads, it's a nonprofit that's basically bought these trailheads that they're going to be conveying over to the state to be able to manage those sites. So currently, Gary, myself, community development are in conversations with exactly what the maintenance management plan of that trail is. But that trail is all, VDOT Commonwealth land. So that's all being worked through.
We
There,
don't currently have anything that.
not currently. And the trail, there's, construction documents that are being kind of put out there that hopefully they're planning to open around 2028. So we're just kind of working through that with them now so that the counties agree to whatever it is that they're doing.
Who are the principals who are involved in Pathfinders? Do you know?
Liz Belcher is the director of that. And then I'm not sure who's on her board, but she's like the executive director for that. And she's the applicant for this project as well.
Thanks.
Yeah.
So in front of us, we have staff to approve the 49,522.41 for these projects. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
I will second that. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
I am a no for the Pathfinders for the Craig Botetourt Scenic Trail amenities. I think that should be covered by state funds, not Botetourt County funds. But I'm a yes for everything else.
Okay. And we have a 4-1 on all those except, we have 5-0 on all those except for that one. Thank you very much. I think
So just to,
it all passes.
okay.
That's what you're asking?
Yeah, just
Yes.
want to make sure. Okay. Thank you all.
You got that, Ms. Parker?
All right.
Is
Four-
there any chance we can have a brief?
Yes, yes. Let's go on a 5-minute recess. Sorry about that. a 4-H program?
Isn't she tiny?
There's,
Okay, there you go. Now you can do it.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, thank you all for having us today. And I say us because I have a little friend that I'm going to introduce here in just a moment. But just wanted to give you all kind of an update on the 4-H program since my last update to the board back around Thanksgiving time. So this winter into the spring's been very, very busy. So we've had members of at least 4 of our clubs participating in local, state, regional competitions. That's our Horse and Pony Club. We also have our Livestock Club, Shooting Education Club, and then our first robotics competition team just wrapped up their season with a district invite to Petersburg, Virginia. So they were down there in the middle of April. Unfortunately, they didn't rank high enough after it was over to qualify for the world's competition, but it's a great experience for them. And we appreciate all the hard work and effort of all of our clubs and club leaders. Back in April, also, we had members of our Teen Leadership Club and adult volunteers for 4-H camp go to 4-H camp down at Smith Mountain Lake for our adult and teen training, because 4-H camp is coming up, and I'll talk about that here in just a moment. One initiative that we launched in the fall that continued until April was a once a month homeschool enrichment group. So we do a lot of in-school programming throughout the county schools, which I'll talk a little bit about. But something I've been working on the last couple of years is trying to figure out how that we can expand that to reach some of our homeschool families. And so we were able to do that this year, and I anticipate that it's going to grow next year. So we should be able to impact more kids through that as well. In addition to working with the homeschool families, I did work with a homeschool co-op and the Valley Forest Farm School on some initiatives this year, and we just wrapped those up middle part of this month. As I mentioned, 4-H camp is coming up June 15th through the 19th at the Skelton 4-H Center. Currently, we have 120 people from Botetourt scheduled to go, 88 campers, 12 adult volunteers, and 22 teen volunteers. So our numbers are up from last year. We took roughly 90 people last year, so that's a significant increase. I'm really excited about that. So hopefully those numbers continue to trend upwards. Just to give you some of the highlights of our in-school programming. So we wrapped up all of our in-school programming for 4th and 5th grade elementary students back in April. That program goes from September to April, where I visit every classroom once a month, 4th and 5th grade. So that's 33 classrooms a month, or over 600 kids that get to participate in 4-H programming throughout the year. So that's really exciting. Excuse me. We also had our 4th and 5th graders complete their how-to presentations and dramatic reading projects, which you'll hear a little bit more about that here in just a moment from my guest here. We did send out our annual teacher survey. It closed last Friday. We had 17 responses, all glowing of feedback from all of our in-school programming this year. So something that we've started doing, I guess, additionally, we did embryology with pre-K, kindergarten, 4th and 5th grade this year. So we hatched chickens. We also hatched some quail across classes. So that was pretty cool. Anytime you can see a child get excited when they can hear the peeping or the chirping from inside the egg, or they can see that process of it coming out of the egg, is fantastic. So I always like to say, what better way to teach a life cycle than to show life? So it's really cool. And then back 2 weeks ago, right before the end of school, I wrapped up 2 days of in-school programming at Reed Mountain for their STEM students in the 8th grade. We did multiple days of STEM challenges just to let them do something different at the end of the year. But it also challenged them, and there were educational components in each of those lessons. So back on April the 10th, we held our annual county presentation contest, which is for the top placers in dramatic reading and how-to presentations. We invited 120 kids this year, 69 of which showed up to our county presentation contest, with 18 of those got invited past that contest based on how well they did to participate in Floyd County on May the 2nd at our area presentation contest. Out of 35 total kids there that day, Botetourt had 13. And not that anybody was counting, but we had 10 blue ribbons, 4 trophies, and 3 red ribbons out of all that. But again, nobody was counting or keeping track of any of that stuff. But was really excited to have not only the majority, but on a Saturday when there's so much going on with sports and all sorts of other extracurriculars as well. So anyway, so that brings me to my guest. You want to come on down here? This is my friend Lori Livick. Lori is a rising 5th grader at Colonial Elementary School. She's a member of our 4-H cooking club. She's going to be going to 4-H camp with us for the first time here in a couple weeks. So excited, looking forward to that. Earlier in the year, she participated in our Share the Fun Talent show that we held during the Youth Alumni Showcase at Lord Botetourt as part of the 4-H and FFA Alumni and Supporters event. She and her friend finished first in their division, winning, let's see, you all did a little combination act, didn't you? Yeah, it was pretty cool. So, and then the main reason I have her here today is, so during dramatic reading, what I do in every class is I take the top 2 dramatic readers from each class. They are then invited to the county presentation contest to represent their school and their classes. So out of 18 4th grade classes, we invited 36 kids this year. And Lori was one of those from her class. And Lori actually ended up winning the whole county presentation contest. So Lori is our dramatic reading champion of Botetourt County for this year. So can we give her a little round of applause for that? So I've asked Lori to be with us today, and thank you to her dad, Trey, for coming as well. But I've asked Lori to give her first place winning dramatic reading presentation for you all. And just so you're kind of aware of what we look for with dramatic reading is not only how well do they read, but how well do they use their facial expressions and body gestures and things like that. And I think you'll be really entertained. So Lori, is there anything you'd like to say before you start?
I'm also the photographer of the cooking club that I just got that role. And so last one I did some photography and we posted it on band and stuff. And the last one was casseroles that we did. And they were so good. But some of them didn't cook in the middle. So we had to we put it in the oven when we got home. And then we got it out and it was just so cheesy and so amazing. So that was really nice. And I'm really excited to do the 4-H camp because I feel like I probably need to be out in nature a little bit more. And I just feel like it's going to be really fun. It's also my first overnight camp. So I'm just a little nervous, but also it's going to be very exciting.
All right. You want to go through the whole thing, introduce yourself like you would, and then.
Do you want me to go this way?
Well, you can just start right here.
Hi, I'm Lori Livick. I'm going to be reading Stranger Things, Season 1, the junior novelization. Adapted by Matthew G. Gilbert. November 6th, 1983. Darkness had come to Hawkins, Indiana. Beyond the quiet neighborhoods, out past the streetlights where the stars were the only things lighting a path for miles around, stood a mysterious building that had no business being in a small town like this one. Hawkins National Laboratory had no official address and no sign out front. Only people with top security clearance knew about the horrors that occurred within its walls. Inside the lab, lights flickered and alarms sounded. Inside the lab, a scientist in a white coat came running down the hallway, sweat dripping from his brow. He was breathing heavily. The scientist frantically hit the call button over and over again, praying to hear the familiar ding of the elevator arriving. As he waited, the man was careful to look behind him to see if he was being followed. It was hard to tell. The strobing emergency lights made the shadows in the hallway jump. The coast seemed clear. Maybe he'd make it out of here alive. Ding! The elevator doors finally opened and the scientist rushed inside. He tried to calm himself. He'd be out soon. He could slow down and catch his breath, away from the intensity of the blaring sounds and the strange growling noises. They started low at first, but grew louder, meaner, hungrier. This startled the scientist, making him freeze up with fear, afraid to move an inch, too scared to even blink. He wasn't alone in the elevator. Something else was here with him, something that snarled like an animal. Against his better judgment, the man looked for the sound. It was coming from above him. He twitched his chin, lifting up to look, and just as he caught a glimpse of the creature, it grabbed him before he could run. An unseen monster sucked the man up into the elevator shaft with one swoop. The elevator doors closed, and there was no way for anyone else to hear his screams. 12-year-old Mike Wheeler issued a stern warning to his friends. Something is coming, he said. Something hungry for blood. Any questions?
Did you make the selection yourself or was that part of the contest?
No, we selected it, and I also did Stranger Things for my talent show thing, so I just thought it would go together good, I guess.
It was a good choice. Well done.
Very, very good. Thank you for sharing.
Do y'all have any questions for me?
No, this program's really grown. You've done a great job. Also, the parents, I applaud them for that support that they've given their kids.
Well, and I forgot to mention at the area contest, she was your second place finisher there. So
Really?
we were really excited there. Actually, the three that we sent for dramatic reading from Botetourt County finished second, third, and fourth. So we were really excited about that. So again, out of over 300 kids that did dramatic reading this year, she is your Botetourt County 4-H dramatic reading champion for this year. So thank y'all so much.
Yeah. Yes. Okay, let's you can.
Thanks.
Thank you very much, Tyler. Thank you. Move to appointments. First of all, consider appointment Brandon Icy to the Roanoke Valley Allegheny Regional Commission, Arvark, to the term of July 1st, 2026 to June 30th, 2029. Do I have a motion?
I have a motion.
Second.
Any discussion?
Did you want to do this, Brandon?
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Good. Consider appointment of Linda Rotman to the Roanoke Valley Allegheny Regional Commission, Arvark, for the term July 1st, 2026, June 30th to 2029.
So move.
Second. Any discussion? Do you want to do it? Sure. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? None. Consider appointment of Nicole Crane as parent representative on the Community and Policy Management Team for the Children's Service Act for the term June 1st, 2026, May 31st, 2028. Do I hear a motion?
So move.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Okay. Now we move to our citizens' comment period. And if these two individuals you talked to me about, Julie. Okay, you got them?
They're in
Okay,
this batch.
good.
Do you want them to go early or do you want?
I'm sorry?
Do you want them to go first or?
That's fine, whatever.
All right, for public comment, we have our first speaker is Jesse Bierman, and on deck we have Ben Verschoor.
No, I'm not Jesse. You know that. I'm Christine. But we're both from Amsterdam District. I'm actually speaking on behalf of Jessie today. She's not feeling well and is unable to attend, so she asked me to speak on her behalf. And actually, this is very timely to address Chairman Scott Horn's announcement at the beginning of today's meeting of Google Data Center Community Fair. That's interesting. So she was wondering, is this by request of the citizens petition for the 6 p.m. public meeting? Is this an outcome of that request from her petitions? Okay. Okay, so segueing into the next topic. Last week, the Board of Supervisors and the County Administrator were all invited to this Saturday's special community town hall meeting and were asked to RSVP. And of course, this is regarding the Google Data Center. So to date, only Linda Rotman RSVP'd yes. Thank you, Linda. And Brandon Nicely RSVP'd no. We're sorry, Brandon. We hope that you can join us. However, Mr. LaRoe, Mr. Snyder, Mr. Michael, and Dr. Scott Horn have not yet replied. So we would hope to see you there. Now, we understand that 3 or more board members constitutes a public meeting, and that's the whole point of this. Because this is a special community town hall public meeting, and it's an opportunity for you to meet and learn about data centers and have open discussion with your constituents about this. So we do hope to see you there. We are going to have a special keynote speaker and planning hopefully some food and music beforehand, because this is all a tense time for all of us, anxiety, questions, concerns. So maybe we could kick it off with a little bit of lightheartedness. It's at VFW, and then go into the meat and potatoes of the meeting. But again, those of you who have not RSVP'd, please do so.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ben Vershoor, followed by Jane Beasley.
Hi there, Ben Vershoor. I live in Roanoke City, and the timing of this comment is amusing to me. I wanted to speak on the appointment of Mr. Nicely to the Roanoke Valley Allegheny Area Commission, in that I have my doubts about the appropriateness of him being appointed to it, given that he was part of the Board of Supervisors that voted in favor of rezoning Greenfield and adding data centers to the zoning ordinance. And in the process, kicked off all of the drama that we have been dealing with over the past several months over this Google deal that otherwise did not have any kind of opportunity for public input. So the RVARC is a regional body that coordinates on several things, not just economic development, but also responding to the opioid crisis, housing, transportation, et cetera, et cetera. And I think that anybody that has, in my view, betrayed the public trust by not allowing input on such a big and consequential project as the Google Data Center should at least be reconsidered for the fitness for being able to work on potentially more of such projects that are going to be coming down the pike. And I mean, I don't live in the area. We have our own, Roanoke City has its own representatives that we appoint to it, but we are also going to be dealing with the consequences of this Google decision in terms of the region's electricity and water. And so Yes, I would have liked to have made this comment before the vote was taken, but as it is, I'll be satisfied with it being on the record. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jane Beasley, followed by Rick Painter.
Jane Beasley, Amsterdam. Mac, thank you. If you hadn't done what you did today, I would have lost total faith in common sense even existing anymore. So thank you, and I mean that sincerely. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Rick Painter, followed by Danny Goad. Is Mr. Painter still here? Mr. Goad, you're up next. And then on deck, we have Catherine Hatton.
Good evening. My name's Danny Goad. I reside in the Valley District. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me to speak. This evening, I want to talk to you about sound and noise. When you look at the sound levels and noise levels, those are typically read on a decibel scale. A normal conversation would probably be on the order of 60 decibels. When you move up to 70 decibels, that's a factor of 10 times the amount of sound. A week ago on Saturday, I was visiting a friend Saturday morning in the area not too far from Greenfield. And as I was there, I thought to myself, wow, this place is quiet. And I kept listening. All of a sudden, I heard the crack of a bat. Then I heard parents cheering their children on at Greenfield, 3/4 of a mile away, the way the crow flies. I don't know what the decibel reading was to just get the bass sound, but the crack of that bat was so clear. And it's a sound that you like to hear, a sound of children playing and parents cheering their children on. And as I was talking to the homeowners, I asked them, is it always this quiet? I said, yeah, it's usually pretty quiet. But that's not going to be that way for long. Can you imagine? Do you ever go out and sit on your porch or your deck? Go out and sit in your yard and just listen. Do you hear birds? You hear birds singing? You hear the rumble of a truck passing by? Will you hear those sounds anymore? The people around Greenfield won't. They're going to hear a constant hum. I challenge you. Sometime this weekend, when you're sitting outside, just listen. Listen to what you hear. And absorb it. And think how good it is. Maybe smoke a cigar while you're out there. It's a great time. But then, imagine what it would be like to hear a constant hum. That is what you're putting on the people around Greenfield. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Catherine Haddam. On deck, we have Bruce Noble.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, what a meeting.
Thank you so much for hearing all of these different opinions on so many different issues. As we can tell, the citizens of Botetourt County have lots of things that we do and do not agree on. However, one thing that I would say the vast majority of us here tonight, the vast majority of Botetourt County residents and the surrounding areas and nationwide agree on is no more data centers. We have told you this since it was hastily announced last fall. You pushed this through way too fast. You did so without consent. You did so without transparency. Some of you ran on the lack of that transparency and how you were going to help fix it. I ask those members as well as the existing members of the board, Mr. LaRue and staff, to help restore some of that transparency, as you guys, I hope, are trying to do. We don't trust you because you haven't shown yourself to be trustworthy. This Google project, as so many people have said, places irreparable harm on our county and our environment, our world in general. For those of you, as well as members of the EDA who went on that Google propaganda tour to Northern Virginia, how incredibly embarrassing for you. And how strange that you spent our tax dollars to do it. You're also spending our tax dollars in the budget line items to give those breaks to Google when we're here fighting about school funding and programs for seniors. The root of this problem is not schools and it's not balancing a budget. It's how you guys are trying to do it. Google is playing you guys and the residents of this county for fools, and you're letting them do it. Stop. We keep talking to you because we hope that you'll do the right thing. Which one of you, or hopefully many of you, will do the right thing? Or are you going to keep listening to Google, a $4 trillion company that's shoving propaganda down your throat and dictating your public policy? Or men in shadowy rooms smoking cigars, drinking bourbon, and telling you that this is somehow going to benefit the county, benefit you personally? It's not going to benefit us. You're already seeing the infrastructure go in. It's going to cost us more money. Google is lying to you when they say that it isn't. And if they're not lying, if you guys truly believe that, then show us. Because these shadowy NDAs and these meetings with Google, where they're probably not going to answer any of the real questions, we don't believe you. And unless Google is building the most technologically advanced system to date, we're right. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Bruce Noble, followed by Mary Barrera.
Okay. So it's obvious that there's a whole lot of people that are out here in this county that are very disgusted with everything that's been going on. We've lived in the county our entire lives. And in the last 10 years, this place has become a cesspool of everything that's been run through it. I'm one of these kind of people, I like to nickname a lot of people, a lot of things and everything. Kind of funny sometimes. Some people might not think so. I've decided to nickname Daleville now. I've given it not Daleville. I call it Hellville when you go through there. Anybody drives through there, I'll have an understanding why. I'm one of these people that has a lot of Cherokee blood flowing in my veins. So I don't really trust a lot of fork-tongued people. If you don't know what a fork-tongued person is, that's the person that talks out both sides of our mouths. And our county destroyer, as I've given him a nickname down there, is really, really good at that. And apparently that's kind of a prerequisite in this county to do that. So a lot of you might not remember, unless you're a little bit older, that in the 70s, they had a game show out there where they made people come up on contestants on stage, and they gave you a thing. They had it behind door number 1, door number 2, or whatever. You know, you can decide what you're going to win or whatever, and you didn't know what you were going to get when you did it. So what I'm proposing here, or we're, is anybody that's been involved with this data center signing the contract over to the devil, is what they essentially have done. You can do one of two things. You can go with behind door number 1, which is literally voluntarily resign from your positions of what you've done behind the people's backs without their knowledge, without them knowing, you took an oath. Every one of you took an oath. You kicked your oath to the curb. You've got serious ethics violations and it's dereliction of duty. Now, door number 2 is a little bit different though. In the Declaration of Independence, it talks about people become destructive in what they do. And at that point, it's the people's right and responsibility to remove the people from that position and put somebody back in that position that will do the job as they're supposed to do for the people. The people are the government. The government isn't the government. We, the people, have had all we can take. We have this saying, these people won't be able to step out in public or walk down the street, and it's right there right now. So you better get your act together. And we want an answer on the resignation part. We want that as soon as possible, as a matter of fact. So you better be getting on the ball.
Our next speaker is Mary Barrera, and she is followed by Nancy Hartman.
Good evening. My name is Mary Barrera. I'm an Amsterdam district resident. I'm here to comment on the proposed Google data centers in Botetourt County. My husband and I strongly oppose this project for many reasons. Today, I want to comment on the particular negative impact of the Google data centers in regard to noise. Taking into consideration the many different sounds, fans, diesel generators, cooling towers, air handlers, and more traffic, in addition to noise levels of the current businesses, warehouses, traffic, etc., at the Greenfield Industrial Park. From what we have learned regarding similar size and type of data centers around the state of Virginia and the country, the noise levels will have a strong negative impact on Botetourt County, surrounding neighborhoods, schools, parks, recreation areas, and facilities, farms, other businesses, wildlife, and most importantly, the citizens and their quality of life. On a personal note, I am hearing impaired. I've worn hearing aids for 26 years. My hearing loss impairment was caused in part by exposure to high decibel, continuous, loud airplane jet engine noise during my time as a flight attendant. In addition to hearing loss, I have also have tinnitus. Tinnitus is a persistent ringing or buzzing noise in my ears. To prevent further hearing loss and to calm my tinnitus, my ear, nose, and throat physicians and audiologists have instructed me to avoid exposure to loud noise in environments, continuous noise, loud machinery, and more. As of today, I'm able to avoid many of these detriments. My greatest fear and worry and concern now, though, is the negative, loud, and damaging continuous noise levels that would be generated by the data centers and that will permeate even the inside of my home. I do not want to lose what little hearing I have now. My hearing is priceless. I know many other residents who share my hearing loss challenge, and they agree. I'm also very concerned about the negative impact such as hearing damage caused by continuous noise levels that the data centers will produce and the impact it will have on the young students at neighboring Greenfield Elementary School. Statistics show that children's hearing is more sensitive than adults. The continuous noise causes children to be distracted and unable to focus on schoolwork. The negative impact on children can be permanent and irreversible. The negative impact on these children will also affect the teachers and parents who are responsible for them. Continuous noise also adversely affects wildlife, bees, bats, and other creatures. In closing, the protection of the quality of life, Botetourt County children, residents, along with the environment and natural resource and wildlife are and should be our #1 responsibility and priority. We say no to Google data centers in Botetourt County. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Nancy Hartman, followed by Jim Sargent.
Good afternoon. Board, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name's Nancy Hartman. I'm from the Amsterdam District. I noticed on today's agenda, item 20, whereby 2 individuals are requesting a special events facility approval. Such a venue would obviously rely heavily upon a desirable environment, one of Botetourt County's greatest assets and one of the elements placed most at risk by the proposed Google data center. Sufficient water and an environment free from undesirable noise are requisite for that business's success and for the health and well-being of all of us. To be clear, I oppose the Google data center for reasons I and others have stated at previous meetings and this meeting. However, should it proceed against the will of the citizenry, I urge you to revisit Botetourt County's noise ordinance now and carefully consider how you can best protect our citizens from the negative consequences of a data center by negotiating noise limits appropriately on our behalf before the first shovel. Please seek out and avail yourselves of expert advisement regarding sound ordinance development and all aspects of data center development so that you are not entering this undertaking from a position of ignorance that may have prevailed to date. The people of this and future generations of Botetourt County and all of the Roanoke Valley who share our air and water are counting on you. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jim Sargent, followed by Melissa Smith. Is Jim here? All right, Melissa, you're up next. And after Melissa, we have Deborah Woody.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Thank you. My name is Melissa Smith, and I'm a widow from the Amsterdam district. But as a lifelong third-generation citizen resident of Botetourt County, there isn't an area of my hometown that I don't care about. One of the issues I want to address is how I keep hearing from every member of the board about how the NDAs we signed are legal. For me, this is a big problem. It's ipso facto, evidence that speaks for itself that the board knows and refuses to acknowledge that we do not want this place to be built. When is the board going to get behind what we want? Legal don't mean much when it's unethical. That's just a word that you hide behind. I have a hard time believing that you all thought this deal would be good. But upon discovery that it's not, what is it going to take to get you to do what we want and reverse course? You need to represent our interest now rather than your own. Now that you know we don't want this deal, we want this deal to be gone. AI has no conscience. This trend is bleeding over into real life and has contaminated the board. This deal has already compromised your ethics as it does not reflect the type of business Greenfield was developed for in the first place. If all the zoning hadn't been changed behind closed doors to allow this, then maybe your citizen constituents could have prevented you from being lured into making a deal that does not match the needs of our community nor reflect our values either. I don't care if it's legal. It's clear that you did not consider the implications nor the risks that can impact our county if this is built. It has already changed the way you all are thinking. Furthermore, I have serious concerns about you calling a local town hall with the data center developers a fair. Ain't that ironic? Calling this thing a fair is literally naming a thing the opposite of what it is. You got a lot of nerve to call something fair that ain't been fair at all to the constituents of Botetourt County. Do you think that we're stupid? This is grooming. It's a tactic. How can we trust any of what is unfolding? Other things that are not fair but are related to capped taxes for Google, water waste, paying more for power, behind closed doors deals that are no good, being done in general. We have no legal recourse and you have no legal oversight if anything bad happens to our community as a result of these actions. As a widow and concerned advocate citizen, I pray every day, what is it going to take to reconcile this board with its citizens?
Our next speaker is Deborah Woody, followed by Shirley Jerusik. Deborah here. Shirley. Are you here tonight? Okay. There's Shirley. And after Shirley, we have Anthony Peterson.
Is this working this time? Shirley, Amsterdam. For sale, historic 1899 farmhouse in the new industrial paradise of Botetourt County. Step right up and own your very own slice of disappearing rural America. Available now, a charming 4-bedroom farmhouse built in 1899 on 3 beautiful acres in Botetourt County, perfectly positioned for those who enjoy the warm embrace of unchecked industrial expansion. This property offers all the comforts of country living with the added excitement of being conveniently located near the future Google data center and directly across from a 35-acre industrial solar complex. Why waste money on white noise machines when you can sit peacefully on the front porch listening to the constant mechanical hum of industrial cooling fans 24 hours a day? Watch the sunrise bounce magnificently off endless rows of solar panels while towering electric pylons march proudly across the countryside carrying Google's extension cord. No need for a GPS anymore. Just follow the transmission lines down Route 220 and turn right on Nobody Wants to Live Here Drive. Concerned about finding community? Don't worry. You'll quickly bond with the fellow neighbors attending public hearings where citizens get exactly 3 minutes to beg local government to hear them before decisions have already been made behind closed doors. This is a unique opportunity for civic engagement. Residents can gather monthly to watch local officials smile politely while citizens voice concerns about water usage, noise pollution, environmental impacts, and the industrialization of once rural communities, all before hearing phrases like, "We appreciate your input, growth is inevitable," and everyone's favorite, "Sorry, we signed an NDA." Neighborhood amenities include fast food restaurants multiplying on every corner, gas stations blooming like wildflowers, apartment complexes popping up like weeds, increasing traffic from industrial development, rising electric bills to support all that economic growth, exciting uncertainty about whether your well will collapse, property values entering a bold new experimental phase. Love history. This farmhouse has survived world wars, the Great Depression, and over a century of Virginia weather. What it may not survive is becoming surrounded by substations, backup generators, diesel tanks, utility corridors, and industrial lighting bright enough to make midnight feel like noon. And for outdoor enthusiasts, just imagine relaxing in your rocking chair while wondering, is that distant rumble thunder or another rezoning proposal? This property is ideal for buyers seeking historic charm with modern industrial ambiance, a front row seat to rural destruction, the thrill of watching everything you work for your whole life go down the toilet, endless opportunities to say it used to be beautiful here. So don't wait, come experience the future of Botetourt County here in where historic family farms become data corridors, quiet nights become infrastructure soundtracks, and citizens become spectators in the demise of their own community.
Thank you.
Schedule your showing today before the next rezoning hearing.
Our next speaker is Anthony Peterson, followed by Ben Verschoor.
I have 3 minutes, so it's going to sound a little rushed because I do want to make a comment at the end. Okay. Oh, anyone familiar with the military knows this idiom. Crap rolls downhill. I live south of here. I lived and raised 3 sons in Roanoke. My family history, where records exist, goes back 200 years. In Roanoke in 1930. With a population of about 95,000, that's a lot being affected by what happens north. If the state is being run inconsistent to how one feels, then get up and participate. And obviously there are a lot of people here participating. I'm on the fence regarding any data center. I'm certain that there are voices pro, voices con. There's a third voice from people on the fence. How many of you are not 100% poor or 100% against the data center? That would be 3 voices that need to be heard. Actually, a 4th unheard voice. Those who don't care or are not here but will be affected by the same. I am just one voice, and my list of concerns are as follows. 1, what sites will be used or considered? Will a data center recycle or use a closed cycle method of cooling? After speaking to someone here, there's more than one method of closed method of cooling, so that should be looked into. Current state legislation allows for the distributed offshore wind technology, which is not so economical and not so environmentally friendly. Estimates only providing an average of about $3 per month savings to end users. That means all that money for allowing that technology just to give us $3 a month. Perhaps an alternative nuclear power plant that was spearheaded by the previous administration can be considered. Number 4, noise pollution. From what's being reported, hum noises generated from the center isn't white noise. Interstate vehicle noise is mitigated by building sound barriers between the interstate and residences just off I-81. Number 5, I have to debunk the belief that it's an economic boom. It's a one and done deal. After the spike in construction, just like a bridge being built in Roanoke, the construction activities will cease after completion. 9 seconds left. Okay. Roanoke zoning for multi-unit projects didn't increase revenue, instead increased infrastructure cost, reduce property values. So you may be working against your own interests by allowing these one and done deals.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ben Vershoor, followed by Susan Gillette.
Hello again. I know a few people who've spoken already today were commenting about the General Assembly, that they still have not worked out a budget and that's holding up localities being able to work on their budgets. What has not been mentioned so far is that the reason for the holdup with the General Assembly's budget is a disagreement over ending the sales and use tax exemption the data centers currently receive. The Senate version of the budget would have ended this giveaway several years before it was planned to be sunsetted or renewed. The House wants to keep it going, and the governor seems to be siding with the House right now, and so they have been at an impasse for several months. The tax exemption covers almost everything, roughly 75% of the materials, the computer equipment that they buy, because fundamentally these are warehouses for storing computer servers. And the companies that are benefiting from this, like Google, are assessed in not even the billions, but the trillions. Google has a $4 trillion valuation. And so it's inconceivable to me that a company that is this rich is pushing to hold on to these subsidies that they've been given, and then on the other side of their mouth, offering a few $1 million to localities. So here's $4 million for community development for Botetourt County. Here's a little bit of money for the schools, but not enough to cover a lot of what the needs are. So here are some scraps. All of you fight amongst yourselves over the budget. And meanwhile, they're going to cry poverty about a tax exemption that they do not need. So if you want to go a long way towards solving some of these budget issues, like send a message up the line to Terry Austin, who is on the negotiating table for the House. He is on the Appropriations Committee, and tell them to end this tax exemption and let some of this money that has been held up, estimated last year was $2 billion for the entire state. Let some of that come back to the schools, and localities. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Susan Gillette, followed by Clayton High.
Thanks for taking my comments today. Susan Gillette, I live in Roanoke, and I want to talk about the data centers and generally energy use all over. So the data centers, whether we get this data center in our backyard or not, data centers are coming. If we don't want data centers, we all get to throw out our computers and our cell phones, and I don't see that happening. So we're going to get the data somewhere. The data centers are coming, and that's going to raise our electricity use and our electricity costs and our water use and water costs. So I'd like to talk about what happens if this data center is actually going to come in our backyard here. What can we do to mitigate the problems that it's going to bring? And how can we keep energy costs down generally all over the place? So if you look at your choices of fuel to make electricity, we can go back to the fossil fuels that we've been using for the last century: oil, gas, and coal. Or you can go to different technology that will not pollute as much and keep us safer from the climate changes that are coming as well. And you're looking at a lot of electricity increase. The estimates for increase of electric use is 20 to 40% by 2030 and up to 78% by 2050. That's a lot of electricity we're going to need to produce. And how do we want to do so? Do we want to stay with the old fossil fuels where you get to pollute for free? Or do we do something renewable? And this is going to affect us all. We've got choices here, and we need to be able to use them. So coming here, we're looking at what kind of green energy Virginia already has. If you look, there's 11 countries in the world who are 100% renewable energy. It is possible. It's being done in other places. States, Vermont has 99% renewable. South Dakota has 92% renewable. Virginia, 10% renewable. So I encourage you to adopt these new changes in energy technology so that we can all be safer and cost less. These new technologies cost less as well. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Clayton High, followed by Aaron Burgart.
Hello. My name is Clayton, and I'm really here just to speak to Virginia, because these people do not care about you. Stop being so nice to them. Stop saying thank you. They sold you down the river to line their pockets, and they sold their soul to the AI. Look at what they're doing. Why do you think they did all these shenanigans to wait for the reason why there was hundreds of people outside? So many people couldn't speak today because they had to go home. Can you read? Can you listen? Can you hear? Nobody wants this at all. Every human I've spoken to says, why would you take all the water? Guys, all of the water is gone by 2030. Do you not realize that? Virginia, do you know what it says on your flag? Do you know what it says on your flag? Words are spells, guys. The data center will never be built, but I promise you the only way we can achieve that is thousands of people show up to these meetings and we make it happen. So stop discussing things with these people because they're not discussing anything with you. Why should we discuss things with these people? We shouldn't. Just stop, just say no. If we all get together, we can stop this from happening because they do not care about you at all. Once they ruin this state, they'll just go to the next state and ruin that one. Do you know what flock cameras are? dflock.org. Look it up. This is a part of the plan. These are not data centers. They are surveillance centers. Who is the data? You guys are the data. Have you seen the price tags in the stores, the digital price tags now? Look it up. They have little cameras on the price tags. Once you're in the system, these little price tags and cameras are going to be seeing your face, and they'll know how much money you make. The price will go up. The price will go down. It's control. So wake up, guys. Please, I beg of you, Virginia, please wake up before it's too late. This is all part of their plan. Every day, hundreds and hundreds of flock cameras are being put in America. So stop being nice to these people. No human would ever want this to be built, I promise you. So please wake up and think for yourself. Don't believe the programming. Don't believe Google. They are lying to you and they hate you.
Our final speaker for tonight is Aaron Burgard. Is Aaron here? That concludes everyone who has signed up.
Okay. Looks like we'll take a 12-minute break and be back for 6 o'clock public hearings.
We do the board comments.
Oh, the board comments. I'm sorry about that. Let's get so excited, but no. In any event, yeah. Do you have anything to feed?
Just have a thank you to Graham Dietrich for giving me the note on my name card for the hearing that we had over at Lord Botetourt. That was very considerate. Thank you.
Any other board comments?
Thank you.
I have a comment. There's a new historical monument right here in Greenfield honoring Fort William. So it's right over here by the parking area along the trail. So encourage folks to stop by and see that new historical marker. It's actually a replacement of one that was previously erected, was damaged some years ago, replaced. It was a lovely affair a few Saturdays ago where the Preston family came out and rededicated that nice piece of history honoring Virginia and Botetourt's past. Very nice.
Thank you. No other comments?
Thank you.
I'm good. Back in about 11 minutes then. with possible conditions. This property 201 Fairfield Road, Eagle Rock, and is identified on the tax maps.
Are you Brandon Nicely?
I am not. I am Jude Wilson of the planning department.
Good looking one.
Thank you so much.
The better looking.
Sorry.
Nah, it's all right. I do believe the Niceleys are in the audience with us tonight. Right there.
Nicely. Okay.
Better looking.
He's a good looking guy too, and nice looking wife, so.
Okay. Well, I'll wait until it's pulled up. That's all right. Thank you, sir. All right, here we go. Good evening, members of the board. Tonight I'm presenting the request for a special exception permit for a special events facility for Brandon and Melissa Nicely. I'll begin by reading the advertisement into the record. Fincastle District, Brandon Wayne and Melissa H. Nicely request a special events facility in the agricultural A1 use district with possible conditions. This property is located at 201 Fairfield Drive, State Route 1601, Eagle Rock, and is identified on tax maps as 52A. So for a little bit of background on this property, it's located about 840 feet plus or minus from the intersection of Fairfield and Soldiers Retreat Road in the northern portion of Botetourt County. The property contains a large 1900s farmhouse in the center, a small garage, and a barn, and 2 smaller sheds. It's about 10 acres for the entire parcel. The house you can see in the center there. But so I'll move on to the site plan, get down to the meat of it. The applicant is proposing a wedding and private event venue on the property. The venue will utilize the existing home as a short-term rental, which will be rented to couples during the duration of the wedding and as a honeymoon location. So in terms of the short-term rental, that could be done without an SCP and is just through a administrative permit, just the short-term rental application. But I figured it was worth including as it is part of this facility. So as you can see on here on this site plan, there's a 360 square foot reception area, which would be located directly to the west of the existing farmhouse. The 2 wedding areas would be located between the existing home and the barn, but no dimensions were provided at this time. The applicant has indicated that the reception area and both wedding areas would use canopies or tents during the duration of the events, which would be taken down after said events. No new structures would be constructed for this, and all weddings would take place outside. So the existing structures other than the house would not be used. The applicant has also intended a cap of 50 people for the event. And approximately 1 to 4 events per month. And with anything like this, a commercial site plan would be required at the time of submittal if they were to go through with this, if it was approved. And so in terms of parking, you can see there's 2 parking areas on here. There's a 60 by 60 gravel parking area in front of the existing house. Which is intended to be a 2-car handicapped area. And to the right of the house on the map, you can see a 2,100 square foot, 23-car parking area, which would be located just off the driveway. And they intend for both to be gravel surface, which is allowed in the A1 use district. The parking areas will not be marked, but the parking will be managed by parking attendants. In terms of landscaping for this, the applicant stated that they would maintain the existing tree lines and vegetative buffers that already exist, which, as you can see on here, there is a pretty significant amount of vegetation on the sides. And the only adjacent home is the 5223 right there, that tax map number. So we would require a landscaping plan at the time of a commercial site plan. Same with the lighting. We would require them be in accordance with our code. But they have stated that the lighting would be directed downward as to not trespass on the neighboring properties. So in terms of sanitation, the restrooms that will be available will be portable restrooms that they will bring on Friday, and they will be removed on Monday, and trash would be removed as well after each event. The applicant has also stated that all events will conclude by 10 p.m. And in terms of adjacent zoning, it's all agriculture, with most of it being used for agriculture, other than that one house right there. And our 2025 comprehensive plan does show this area as having a future land use as agriculture. And the preferred development style in the agricultural district is large lot agricultural farms of medium to large sizes. Homes are set back significantly from the street, and the primary use being agriculture and farming. The secondary use, however, is single-family housing and agritourism, and this could fall under agritourism under the secondary use. We have received one public comment at this time from it, from Freddie and Susan Barnett, which was in support of the request. The applicant has not proffered any conditions associated with this request. Thank you for your time. The applicants, Mr. and Mrs. Nicely, are present tonight. If you have any questions, they or myself are happy to answer them.
Any questions on the board?
I'm just curious about, this has nothing really to do with the, approving this or not approving this. I am just curious about your business model. I mean, are you expecting to have a business with small events of 50 people?
Excuse me, do you want to come on down here?
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. We're just really curious. I'm just really curious about that.
Good job. Yeah, no, great question. So it fits the model for our neighborhood. We have a very good neighborhood. We actually live in the neighborhood. And so talking to our neighbors, it fits well for what we're looking to do. So I pastor a church as well. I've done about 15 weddings. People are looking for a venue that's affordable, that's smaller in a lot of cases. And so that is our niche per se. And it's really to meet the need of those that want to get married at what we call piece of heaven, not have to pay as much, but yet not have that many people to worry about the logistics of the parking and dealing with, since we live close by as well.
It's a nice idea, really, especially, if you have a congregation and make that available. That's nice.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
That was my only question. It was a dumb question, but.
Any other questions? Not, I'll open the public hearing. Thank you, sir. Anybody here want to talk on this? Not? Close the public hearing. And do I have a motion? The one thing I do see is there is some following conditions. Is that?
Read that.
Yeah.
I can read those if you would like.
Yes, please.
So the layout of the site shall be constructed in substantial conformance to the conceptual site plan submitted with the application titled Site Plan for Tax Map 52A and dated April 13th, 2026. 2, events shall conclude no later than 10 p.m. 3, events shall not exceed 50 persons in total. 4, noise generated by the development shall not violate provisions of the Botetourt County Noise Ordinance. And 5, all other specifications and general provisions shall be met as required by the Botetourt County Zoning Ordinance, and in no instance shall the zoning conditions exempt a project from any local, state, or federal development requirements, except where allowed by the zoning ordinance.
Thank you. So do I have a motion with the conditions just read and seen here?
I move to approve.
I'll second.
Any discussion? No discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Okay, and abstain? None. Good. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Best wishes. Our next is the Valley District for RYT LLC. Special exemption permits for convenience store.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Before you tonight is a request in the Valley District for a special exception permit for a convenience store, service station, and electronic message board sign. This was recommended for approval by the Planning Commission, the convenience store and service station, I believe, on a 5-0 vote, the electronic message board on a 3-2 vote. Since the Planning Commission, the applicants have worked with the adjacent neighbor to clear up some conversation about some easements for access to the former Carter Bank site. And they have requested to table this until they can get those sorted out. And they hope to come back in June to actually have this item considered before you all. Now, it's totally up to you if you want to entertain that tabling. I'm happy to go through the presentation, answer your questions tonight. Otherwise, they're requesting that tabling, and they are represented here tonight as well.
I move to table.
Do I hear a second? Second. Now, discussions, if we could, I have a few questions to take a look at this. What I would like to see is, number one, where's the wall? And how is the wall shown on this map that's here? That's number one. Number two would be the foliage out front on the proposed access, the present proposed access, where it's right in, right out. The other thing is I would like to have elevations to take a look at that as well. I mean, I think that's kind of important. We take a look at the elevations. In this proposed service station, is that a tire changing? Is oil changing?
No tenant has been identified to the planning and zoning staff yet. The TIA does identify like a quick lube type tire shop. And that is also what we've been communicated to at this point. It has not been solidified as to whether that'll be the final end user or not.
Okay. Last one is, and I'm not opposed to any of this whatsoever, just the fact that, things can clean up a little bit. The M1 that's out there, can we kind of clean that all up and put that into a B3?
That would require rezoning. I believe the applicant would probably have to request that. The good thing about the Gateway Crossing overlay is that they don't have to do that rezoning because it kind of flattens the zoning that's required for each one of those parcels. If you'd like to see that occur, we can discuss with the applicant and see what that might look like in the future, though.
Is that going to be an overflow area for parking?
So I don't believe that's shown on the site plan as like additional parking over there. It does get pretty steep on that backside.
Yeah.
I believe the property line, that's kind of where that retaining wall that you're asking about is going to be sited. But we can work with the applicant to make sure that's very clear and evident.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Now we have
No high volume diesel pumps.
No.
Correct. The convenience store definition in the ordinance explicitly prohibits high flow diesel, so there would be nothing of the sort there at the site.
Very good. We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All in favor to table?
Aye.
Should you have a date specific, perhaps? Maybe to the
next
June?
month, you said.
Correct. I believe they'd like to come back in June.
You're ready.
Yeah, if you're ready for that, that'd be fine. That's what I assumed that was going to be happening.
Certainly.
Do we have to make that part of the motion, Mike?
Yes.
Okay.
I would amend my motion to include that the matter would come back before us at our next regular Board of Supervisor meeting.
Can you second that?
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstained. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sometimes we say aye and sometimes. Rule that I need to know more about or something.
Yeah.
I don't want to be arbitrary. Really, thank you guys for giving consideration to
Hey, you gonna?
What?
I do gear dodging every year. Yeah, crazy. Ugly stretch got.
Oh, yeah, 2 pieces.
Yeah.
Half of it's on one side road.